Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I have lived in this small apartment in Boston for almost 3 years now. It is nothing special, just a narrow hallway that leads to a small bedroom, a kitchen that barely fits a table, and a living room that always feels a little too quiet at night. The rent is cheap, and I have gotten used to the thin walls and the way the light from the street outside flickers through the blinds like a heartbeat in the dark. For as long as I can remember, I have had sleep paralysis. It comes and goes, sometimes weeks without an episode, and then suddenly I will wake up in the dark, pinned to the bed, my breath caught in my chest like a stone. At first it was just the fear, the weight of my own body holding me still, but after a while the shapes started to come, shadows at the edge of my vision, voices that I could not quite make out. Always there, always waiting. A few nights ago it was worse than it had ever been. I woke up to the feeling of something pressing down on me, my arms locked at my sides, my chest tight and cold. I could not move, could not even turn my head, but I could see the foot of my bed, the dim glow of the street lamp outside just enough to light the room in soft gray shapes, and there it was. A figure, tall and thin, so dark it seemed to swallow the light around it. It had no face, just a smooth blank where eyes and mouth should have been. But it was the hands that I remember most. Long, thin fingers that stretched out to scrape the floor, the sound of them moving across the wood soft and slow, like a whisper I could feel in my bones. I do not know how long I lay there, staring at it, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. My mind was screaming, but my body would not move, trapped in that quiet terror that comes in the moments when you are not sure if you are awake or still dreaming. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. The room was empty, the only sound my own ragged breathing and the faint hum of the city outside. I woke up the next morning with the memory of it still clinging to me. The shape of that shadow figure burned into the back of my mind. I told myself it was just another episode, that it had not been real, that my mind had played its old tricks in the dark. But when I got out of bed and walked to the closet, I saw them. Scratches, 3 long, thin lines etched into the wood of the closet door. They were fresh, the raw wood beneath the paint showing pale and splintered. My hands were shaking as I reached out to touch them, the edges rough under my fingertips. I tried to tell myself I had done it in my sleep, that I had gotten up without knowing and left those marks myself. But I knew that was not true. They were too deep, too straight, like something had dragged its fingers down the door with careful, deliberate force. Since then, I have not opened the closet. I cannot bring myself to. I keep it closed tight, the door locked, even though I know it would not matter if something wanted to come out. At night, I sit in my bed and stare at the door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the glow of the streetlight outside. I keep telling myself it was just a dream, that there is nothing there but old coats and dusty boxes, but in the quiet moments, I can feel it. The weight of that shadow, the soft scrape of fingers across the wood. Last night it was worse. I woke up again, the weight on my chest pressing down like a hand, my breath caught in the small, tight space between my ribs. The room was dark, but I could see the closet door, the faint outline of the scratches, and then I heard it. A voice, soft and low, almost too quiet to hear. It was coming from inside the closet, a whisper that seemed to slip under the door and curl around me in the dark. I could not make out the words, but I could feel them, a shiver that crawled down my spine and settled in the pit of my stomach. I lay there, my heart pounding, my body frozen, listening to that soft, patient whisper that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the dark. When I woke up this morning, the voice was gone, but the memory of it was not. I keep trying to tell myself it was just another trick of the mind, another ghost conjured up by the old fear that lives in the back of my skull, but I cannot shake the feeling that it is real, that the shadow man has found a way to follow me out of those half-dreams and into the quiet spaces of my life. I have not told anyone. My friends would just laugh it off, tell me it was the stress or too many late nights staring at the glow of my phone. My family would worry, but they would not understand. This is something that lives in the spaces between words, in the hush of a room when the lights go out. It is not something you can explain. So I write it down instead. I fill page after page with the small, careful details, the way the air feels colder when the knocking starts, the way the whispers slip under the door like smoke. I tell myself that if I can put it all into words, I can make it smaller, something I can hold in my hands instead of something that waits in the dark. But even as I write this, I can feel it, the weight of those eyes that are not eyes, the slow drag of those long fingers across the floor. It is 3 in the afternoon, the sun bright and warm outside, but the memory of that shadow figure is a cold breath on the back of my neck. I do not know what it wants. I do not know why it has chosen me, or what it means when it whispers in the quiet of the night, but I know it will come again. Tonight, tomorrow, some night when I am too tired to fight it anymore, and when it does, I will be here, waiting, watching the closet door in the darkness, listening for the soft scrape of fingers on wood and the quiet voice that tells me I am not alone. The next few days passed in a kind of uneasy fog. I tried to keep busy, to fill every minute with noise and light, but it felt like I was moving through water, everything slow and heavy. I found myself listening for that voice even in the middle of the day, straining to hear it beneath the hum of the fridge or the distant rumble of cars outside. At night, I kept the closet door locked and the lights on, the soft glow of the lamp by my bed a small comfort in the dark. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I had read enough about sleep paralysis to know how it could warp your senses, make shadows into shapes, and turn your own breath into someone else's whisper. But it felt different now. It felt like that shadow was not just part of the paralysis anymore. It felt like it was real, like it had stepped out of that half-dream and was waiting for me in the quiet spaces of my life. The scratches on the closet door had not changed. They were still there, pale lines in the dark wood, a silent reminder of that night. I kept the door locked tight, the small key hidden in the drawer by my bed. Every time I walked past it, I could feel my skin crawl, the memory of those long fingers scraping across the floor still fresh in my mind. One night, I tried to sleep in the living room, thinking that maybe if I put some distance between myself and the closet, I could find a few hours of peace. I curled up on the couch with a blanket pulled tight around me, the soft hum of the television in the background, but even then I could not escape it. I kept thinking about the way the figure had stood at the foot of my bed, the way it had watched me with that blank face and those long, reaching hands. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the soft sound of something moving in the hallway. My heart jumped in my chest, my breath catching as I strained to hear. It was a slow, deliberate shuffle, like bare feet moving across the old wood floor. I lay there, frozen, the blanket pulled up to my chin, listening to the sound grow closer. And then it stopped, right outside the living room door. I waited, my whole body tense, the quiet pressing in around me. I could feel it there, just on the other side of the thin wall, waiting. I do not know how long I lay there, my breath shallow, and my hands clenched tight in the fabric of the blanket. But finally, the footsteps moved away, fading back down the hall until there was nothing but the soft hum of the television again. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there on the couch, my eyes fixed on the dark doorway, every creak of the old house like a breath in the quiet. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I had been holding my breath for hours. The next morning I thought about calling someone, a friend, my brother, anyone who could come sit with me in the bright light of the day and help me feel like the world was still real and solid. But every time I picked up the phone, the words felt too heavy to say. I was afraid of how they would sound out loud, afraid that speaking them would make them real in a way I was not ready to face. Instead, I spent the day cleaning again, scrubbing the kitchen until my hands were raw and the smell of bleach clung to my skin. I opened all the windows, letting the cold air wash through the apartment like a promise, but even then I could feel it. The weight of that shadow waiting in the quiet spaces, the soft breath of something just out of sight. That night, I did not try to sleep on the couch. I went back to my bedroom, the familiar creak of the floor beneath my feet both a comfort and a warning. I locked the closet door tight and sat on the edge of the bed, the soft glow of the lamp painting the walls in gentle gold. I told myself I would not look at the closet, that I would keep my eyes on the light and let the night pass me by. But when the clock crept past midnight, I found myself staring at that door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the soft light. I do not remember falling asleep, but I woke up in the dark, the room cold and still. My body would not move, my chest tight, and my breath caught in my throat. I could feel the weight of the air around me, thick and heavy, pressing down like a hand. My eyes were open, and I could see the closet door, the pale lines of the scratches sharp in the faint light from the street outside. And then I heard it, the whisper, soft and low like a breath against the wood, curling around the edges of the door and slipping into the room. It was not words exactly, more like a sound that wanted to be words, a promise or a threat I could almost understand. My heart was pounding in my chest, the sound of it loud in the quiet, but I could not move. I could only listen. I do not know how long it lasted. It felt like forever, that soft, patient whisper winding through the room like smoke. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. The weight lifted from my chest, and I could breathe again, the sharp, cold air filling my lungs like ice. I lay there for a long time, my body shaking, my mind trying to make sense of what I had heard. When I finally got up, the first light of dawn was creeping across the sky, soft and pale. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the closet door, the scratches still there, silent and waiting. I do not know what it wants. I do not know if it is real, or if it is just something that has always been there, waiting for the moment when I am too tired to fight it anymore. But I know that it will come again. And when it does, I will be here, listening in the dark, waiting to see what waits behind that door. The morning after I heard the whispering, I tried to pretend everything was normal. I got up and made coffee, the smell of it warm and familiar in the small kitchen. I watched the early light spill across the floor, the soft gold of it making the scratches on the closet door seem almost harmless. But no matter how bright the day was, the memory of that voice stayed with me, like a cold hand on the back of my neck that would not let go. I spent most of the day out of the apartment, wandering through the streets of Boston like I was looking for something I had lost. I walked past old brownstones and narrow alleyways, the city alive with people and noise. For a little while, it helped. The chatter of strangers, the clatter of dishes from open cafe windows, all of it a soft blur that made the night feel like a distant dream. But every time I stopped, every time the world went quiet around me, I felt that same weight in my chest, a quiet certainty that whatever lived in the shadows of my room was still there waiting. When I finally went home, the sun was setting, the sky streaked with pink and gold. I paused at the door, my hand on the cold metal knob, and took a deep breath. I told myself it was just a room, just an old closet in a cheap apartment, and that if I kept telling myself that, it would be true. But when I stepped inside, the air felt heavy, thick with something I could not see. I turned on every light in the apartment, the soft glow of the bulbs washing the walls in pale yellow. I cooked dinner, though I barely tasted it, the quiet of the evening pressing in around me. I put on music, trying to fill the silence with something other than the sound of my own heartbeat. But no matter how loud the music was, I could feel the closet at my back, the weight of it like a breath in the dark. That night, I lay in bed with the lamp still on, the soft circle of light a small comfort in the shadows. I watched the clock on the nightstand tick away the seconds, each one a quiet echo in the room. When midnight came and went, I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. I thought, maybe this time it will not come. Maybe the light will be enough to keep it away. But when the clock crept past 3, I heard the first soft knock. It was not loud, just a gentle tap on the closet door, but it was enough to make my heart jump in my chest. I lay there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. 3 soft knocks, steady and patient, like a question waiting for an answer. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, willing it to stop, to go away and leave me in the quiet of the light. But the knocking came again, a soft insistence that seemed to echo in the small room. I could feel it then, the shape of him on the other side of the door, tall and thin, his fingers brushing the wood with that same slow, deliberate scrape. I sat up in bed, the blanket pooled around my waist, and stared at the door. The scratches were just visible in the glow of the lamp, pale lines that caught the light and seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the night. My hands were shaking, but I did not look away. I wanted to see. I needed to see. I whispered into the quiet, my voice barely more than a breath. "What do you want?" There was no answer, just the soft hush of the city outside and the quiet tick of the clock on the wall. But in that silence, I thought I could hear something else. A soft sigh, like the breath of someone standing just beyond the door, waiting for me to open it. I did not move. I stayed there, my eyes locked on the closet door, the weight of that moment holding me still. The knocking stopped, and for a long while there was only the quiet. But even in that silence, I could feel him there, the cold press of his presence, like a shadow against my skin. When dawn came, the light washing the walls in pale gold, I felt like I could breathe again. I got up and opened the curtains, the bright morning sun spilling into the room and making the closet door seem small and harmless. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small comfort in the quiet. But the memory of the night was still there, a soft echo in the back of my mind. I thought about leaving, about packing a bag and walking away from the small apartment that had become a place of quiet fear, but I knew it would not matter. The shadow man was not just in the closet. He was in the stillness of the night, in the soft spaces where the dark settled and the world fell silent. I could leave the apartment, but I could not leave him behind. So I stayed. I cleaned the apartment again, the smell of soap and warm water filling the rooms like a small, stubborn hope. I opened the windows and let the cold air wash through, the fresh breeze a gentle push against the weight that had settled in my chest. I told myself I could live with it, that I could make a place for the fear and learn to carry it without letting it drown me. But even as I said the words, I knew it was not over. I knew that when the sun set and the shadows crept back into the corners of the room, he would be there, waiting. And I knew that when the knocking came again, I would be there too, listening in the quiet, my breath held tight in the dark. The next night was the hardest yet. I spent the day in a quiet daze, trying to keep my mind on other things, anything that did not end with the quiet whisper of his breath in the dark. But every time I turned my back on the closet, I could feel it there, like the weight of a hand pressing between my shoulder blades. I kept the windows open all day, the cold air a small comfort that I let fill every corner of the apartment. I hoped that maybe if I filled the space with the scent of winter, with the bright chill of the wind, it would wash him away. But it was not enough. When the sun set, I turned on every light, the soft yellow glow of the lamps, the bright white of the kitchen bulb, even the small nightlight in the bathroom. I let them all burn as bright as they could, filling the apartment with a warmth I did not feel inside. I made tea and held the mug close to my chest, the steam curling into the cool air as I watched the light flicker against the scratches in the closet door. I told myself over and over that it was just sleep paralysis, that he was not real, that the night could not hold anything that was not already inside my own head. But the words felt hollow, like a prayer I had said so many times that it no longer meant anything at all. When midnight came, I sat on the edge of my bed, my feet pressed to the cold floor, my eyes on the closet door. I waited, the slow tick of the clock on the wall counting out the seconds in the quiet. I thought about all the nights I had spent listening to that soft knock, the way it had become a part of the rhythm of the dark, and I wondered what it would feel like to let it in, to open the door and see what waited for me in the shadows. At 3 a.m, the knocking came again, 3 soft raps, patient and deliberate, like the beat of a heart I could not see. My hands were shaking, but I did not look away. I stared at the door, my breath slow and shallow, the fear in my chest a slow burn that seemed to light the edges of my thoughts. I wanted to speak, to ask him what he wanted, to tell him to leave me alone, but the words would not come. My throat felt tight, my tongue heavy in my mouth, and all I could do was watch as the knocking came again, a quiet insistence that slipped under my skin like a shiver. I do not know how long I sat there, my body frozen, my mind caught between the soft comfort of the light and the cold promise of the dark. When the knocking stopped, the quiet that followed was almost worse. It was like the world itself had stopped breathing, like the air around me was holding its breath, waiting for something I could not name. I got up slowly, the floor cold against my bare feet, and walked to the window. I pushed it open and let the cold night air wash over me, the sharp scent of frost, a small mercy in the hush of the room. I stood there for a long time, the soft rustle of the trees in the wind, the only sound, and I tried to remember what it felt like to not be afraid. When I turned back to the closet, I saw something that made my heart stutter in my chest. The door was open, just a crack, the faint line of darkness inside like a mouth that had been waiting to speak. I did not remember unlocking it. I did not remember moving at all, but it was open, and in that small sliver of darkness, I thought I could see something move. I stepped closer, my hands cold and shaking at my sides, and I could feel the air inside the closet, colder than the night outside, brushing against my skin like a breath. I reached out, my fingers brushing the edge of the door, and for a moment, I thought I could hear him breathing. A slow, patient sound that seemed to echo in the hollow space of the closet, wrapping around me like a promise. I closed the door, I locked it tight, and stepped back, my breath coming fast and shallow, the quiet of the room pressing in around me like the dark weight of the ocean. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, the cold wood a small, solid comfort, and I told myself over and over that I was still here, still in control, still alive. When the sun finally rose, the light creeping in pale and soft through the window, I felt like I had survived something I could not name. I stood up and looked at the door, the scratches pale and silent in the early light, and I knew that no matter how many locks I put on it, no matter how bright I made the room, he would come again. But I also knew that I was not done fighting. I would not run, would not pretend it was not real. I would face him night after night until the knocking stopped. Because this was my home, my life, and I would not let the shadow man take that away from me. So I made coffee and sat by the window, the sun warm on my face, and the quiet of the morning a soft promise in the cold. And I waited, knowing that when the night came again, so would he. But I would be ready, and I would not look away. The next night came more quickly than I wanted it to. The daylight hours passed in a blur of small tasks and quiet distractions. I tried to fill every minute with something, anything to keep my mind from drifting back to the feel of the cold wood under my fingers and the sound of that quiet breathing in the dark. I went for a long walk through the city, weaving through crowds of strangers who all looked so sure of where they were going, so certain of what they carried in their hands and in their hearts. I envied them. I wondered if they had ever felt the weight of something watching from the shadows, or if that was something only I would ever know. When I got home, the sun was setting, the last light of the day washing the sky in pale gold. I paused at the door to my apartment and took a deep breath, the cold air sharp in my lungs. I wanted to believe that maybe this time it would be different, that maybe tonight he would not come, but I could feel it in the stillness, in the way the quiet seemed to hum with a soft, patient promise. I knew he was already there, waiting. I made dinner, though I barely tasted it. I let the lights burn bright in every room, the soft glow a small comfort in the gathering dark. I played music, let it drift through the apartment like a shield against the silence. But when the clock crept past midnight, the music sounded hollow, like a voice speaking into a room that was already full of whispers. I sat on the edge of the bed with the blanket wrapped tight around my shoulders, the soft weight of it grounding me in the quiet. The closet door was locked, the small key heavy in my pocket, but it did not matter. I knew he did not need the door to be open. He had already found his way into the spaces between my breaths, the quiet moments when the world went still. At 3 in the morning, the knocking started again. 3 soft taps, so gentle they could have been nothing at all, but I knew better. My heart stuttered in my chest, the sound of it loud in the small room. I closed my eyes and let the knocks wash over me, the rhythm of them as familiar now as my own pulse. I stood up slowly, the blanket slipping to the floor, and walked to the closet door. My feet were cold on the wooden floor, the chill of it a sharp bite that kept me from slipping into the soft fog of fear. I placed my hand on the door, my fingers tracing the scratches in the wood, and I whispered into the dark, "What do you want from me?" My voice was soft, but it felt loud in the quiet, a small defiance that made my hands stop shaking. There was no answer, just the soft hush of the night and the slow, steady sound of my own breath. But in that silence I felt him there, closer than he had ever been. I could feel the cold of him pressing through the door, the quiet weight of his presence filling the space around me. I turned and walked back to the bed, my legs heavy with something I could not name. I sat down and pulled the blanket tight around me again, my eyes fixed on the door. The knocking stopped, but the quiet that followed felt thick and alive, like the air itself was holding its breath. I sat there for what felt like hours, the room so still I could hear the soft tick of the clock and the slow beat of my own heart. My mind drifted, the edges of my thoughts soft and blurred, and I wondered if maybe I was not really awake at all. If maybe this was another kind of sleep, one where the shadows were real and the world outside was just a dream I had forgotten how to wake from. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke to the faint light of dawn creeping in through the curtains. The room was quiet, the air soft and cold around me. I stood up and walked to the window, the soft glow of the morning washing the world in pale, gentle gold. I watched the light move across the floor, and for a moment it felt like everything was just as it should be. But when I turned back to the closet, I saw that the door was open again, just a crack, but enough to see the dark space beyond, the faint outline of something moving in the shadows. My breath caught in my throat, but I did not look away. I took a step closer, the floor cold and solid under my feet, and I spoke again. "I see you," I whispered. "I know you are there." The air in the room seemed to shiver, the shadows in the closet shifting like breath. I could not see him, not really, but I could feel the shape of him in the dark, the slow, patient weight of him watching me. I closed the door and locked it again, my fingers steady on the cold metal of the key. I turned and walked back to the window, the light of the morning bright and clean against my skin. And in that light, I felt something like strength, something like resolve. I knew that he would come again, that the knocking would not stop, that the quiet voice in the dark would keep calling me back, but I also knew that I would not be afraid. I would meet him in the dark, night after night, until I understood what it was he wanted from me, or until I found a way to make the whispers stop. For now, I would let the light of the day fill the apartment, the warm sun a soft promise that there was still a world beyond the shadows, and when the night came again, I would be ready. The night after I saw the door open felt different from all the nights before. I spent the whole day thinking about what I would do when the knocking came again. It was not a question anymore. It was something I knew would happen, something I was finally ready to face. I did not know what he was or why he had chosen me. I just knew that I could not keep living in the space between fear and waiting. I had to see him. I had to hear what he had to say. I did not fill the apartment with light this time. I let the soft glow of a single lamp wash over the room, the quiet golden circle of it like a small island in the dark. I turned off the music and sat on the edge of my bed, the blanket pooled around me, my hands resting on my knees. The closet door was closed and locked, the key heavy in my pocket, but I could feel the weight of him behind it, the patient press of his breath on the other side of the wood. I watched the clock as the seconds ticked by, the slow sweep of the hand a quiet echo in the room. I thought about all the nights I had spent waiting, all the ways I had tried to keep him out. And I realized that in all that time I had never really looked. I had never let myself see the thing that waited for me in the dark. At 3 a.m, the knocking came again. 3 soft raps, each one as gentle and deliberate as a heartbeat. I stood up and walked to the door, my feet steady on the cold floor, my breath slow and sure. I placed my hand on the wood, the scratches rough under my fingertips, and I spoke in a voice that felt calm and certain. "I am here," I said softly. "I am listening." There was no answer, but the air around me seemed to shift, the quiet of the room deepening until it felt like the whole world had stopped to hear what I would do next. I turned the key in the lock, the soft click loud in the hush of the night, and I pulled the door open. Inside, the closet was dark, the shadows thick and deep, but I could see him now standing there, tall and thin, his shape almost lost in the black. He did not move, did not speak. He just watched me, the blank space where his face should have been somehow more real in the soft glow of the lamp. I felt the cold of him reach out, a quiet breath that slipped over my skin and settled in the hollow of my chest. I did not look away. I took a slow step closer, my heart steady, my breath calm. In that moment, I felt something shift, something that had been holding tight to my bones for so long, I had almost forgotten how to live without it. I realized then that it was not about fear. It was about the choice to see, to let the dark be what it was, and to stand in it without flinching. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice a soft thread in the stillness. He did not answer, but in the quiet, I felt something pass between us, a small, silent understanding that settled in the air like dust. I knew then that he would not leave, that the shadow man was not something I could chase away with light or locks. He was a part of the quiet spaces in the night, a part of the places where the world grew thin and the dark pressed in close. But I also knew that he did not own me, that he was only as real as the fear I gave him. And in that moment, standing there in the soft glow of the lamp with the door open and the cold night air slipping in around me, I decided that I would not give him that power anymore. I closed the door slowly, the soft click of the lock a small, quiet promise. I did not feel afraid. I felt still, like the dark had shown me its face and found that I would not turn away. I went back to bed and lay down in the soft light, the blanket warm around me, the quiet of the room no longer a threat but a gentle hush that wrapped around me like a comfort. I let my eyes close, the soft beat of my heart the only sound, and I breathed in the peace of that small final moment. When the morning came, the sun spilling pale and soft through the curtains, I woke with a feeling of lightness I had not known in months. The closet door was still closed and locked, the scratches still there, but they felt like something old and finished now, a mark of what had been, not what was waiting. I got up and made coffee, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small, steady promise. I opened the window and let the cold air wash through the room, the scent of the morning sweet and clean. And I let the light fill every corner of the space, the soft gold of it a gentle reminder that the night always ends, no matter how long it feels. I know he will come again. I know that when the night grows still and the world goes quiet, I will hear those 3 soft knocks at the door. But I also know that I am ready, that I can meet him in the dark and let the quiet pass over me without fear. Because the shadow man is not the end. He is just a shape in the dark, a whisper in the stillness. And I am more than the quiet spaces where he waits. I am the light that fills the room when the dawn comes, the soft breath of the world when it wakes, the slow, steady beat of a heart that has learned to see without being afraid. So I will live my life in the bright hours of the day, and let the night come when it will. I will let the shadow knock and let the quiet answer, and I will be there to hear it all. Because in the end, that is all any of us can do. Stand in the dark, listen for the whispers, and know that when the morning comes, we are still here. I hike alone a lot. I know how that sounds, and I get the usual warnings from people: don't go too deep into the back country, keep your phone on, share your location, bring bear spray, all of that. And I do. I take it seriously. I'm not out here trying to be some story people whisper about later. I just like the quiet, being out where everything is still and slow and doesn't ask anything from you. No screens, no emails, just air and trees and time to think. This happened in Oregon, not far from a trailhead I've used before. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive from where I live. A decent loop, maybe 12 miles total if you stretch it out by exploring some of the offshoots. I'd gone there a couple of times over the summer and figured it would be a good spot to hit before the weather turned bad. It was a weekday. I took time off work to go, which is part of what made it feel good. Everyone else was probably stuck at their desks, while I had the whole forest to myself. It was a little chilly, but the sky was clear, and I had packed layers. I parked around 10 in the morning, texted my friend that I'd be out of service for a bit, and started in. The first few miles were completely uneventful. There was still dew on the ground and a few birds making noise in the canopy, but nothing unusual. I passed a couple small trail markers and one faded wooden sign I had seen before that looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. I had service for the first mile or two, then it dropped off like usual. By the time I was about 6 miles in, I was starting to think about heading back. I was near this little fork where one path slopes uphill into a more densely wooded section, and the other curves down and eventually loops back to the base. I usually take the uphill one because it's quieter and less trafficked, but something made me pause. Not a sound or anything, just a weird sort of stillness, like the air around me had gone flat. And then I saw her. Off to the left side of the trail, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the brush, there was a woman sitting on the ground. She was barefoot, wearing what looked like a loose t-shirt and dark pants. Her head was down, and her hair was hanging in front of her face. At first, I thought maybe she had fallen or gotten lost. She wasn't making any noise, but her shoulders were shaking slightly like she was crying. I froze. I didn't know what to say at first. It was just such a strange thing to see that far out. I stepped a little closer and said, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't look up, didn't speak, just sat there, shoulders moving in these slow, steady jerks like she was sobbing, but there was no sound. I tried again. "Are you hurt? I can call someone well once I get a signal." Still nothing, no reaction. I glanced back down the trail, thinking maybe she was with someone. Maybe a friend had gone to get help, or maybe she had wandered away from a campsite, but there was no one else around. No sound of footsteps, no backpacks, no gear, nothing. I looked back at her and noticed something that hadn't clicked before. Her feet. They were bare. Yeah, but they weren't dirty. I don't know why that stood out to me. They should have been caked with mud or leaves, or at least looked scratched up, but they were clean, like she had just taken her shoes off a minute ago. Something about that gave me pause, that and the way she wasn't reacting at all, not to me, not to anything. I told her I was going to try and get a signal, and stepped off the trail in the opposite direction to see if climbing the ridge a little would help. I only got a few steps in before I stopped cold. There was a man crouched behind a fallen log about 20 feet away. He was wearing dark clothes, gloves, a cap pulled low. He wasn't moving, not blinking, not adjusting, just completely still like he had been there a long time. And he was looking at me. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared back, waiting for something to shift, for him to stand up, for him to shout, for him to do anything, but he didn't. He just stayed crouched, half hidden behind the log, watching. The woman still hadn't moved. That was the moment I felt it, this heavy, pressurized understanding in my chest, that I was not supposed to be here, that this was not what it looked like, that the crying woman was not in trouble. She was bait. I don't remember turning. I don't remember backing away. I just know I ran, full-on sprinted. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following. I didn't want to see what else might be in those woods. I didn't stop until I hit the main part of the loop, and even then, I barely slowed down. I kept running until I could see the parking lot through the trees. My legs felt like rubber, and my lungs were burning, but I didn't stop. There were no other cars, just mine. I jumped in, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast I almost drove off the shoulder. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station about 30 minutes away, where I finally had enough signal to call the local authorities. I told them everything, where it was, what I saw, what direction I had been heading. The operator said they'd send someone out. I gave them my contact info and waited for them to call back. When they did, a couple hours later, the deputy on the line told me they hadn't found anyone. No woman, no man, no tracks, no signs, no evidence that anyone had been off trail at all. They said it was probably a misunderstanding. Maybe I saw a hiker and panicked. Maybe it was a couple and I spooked them. But I know what I saw. And that night, someone tried my front door handle. 4 times. At first, I thought it was just the wind. You know how old buildings are. My front door sometimes creaks or clicks when it's cold, especially if there's a draft under it. But this wasn't that. It wasn't random. It wasn't one soft sound. It was 4 deliberate turns, 4 distinct metallic clinks as someone tried the handle. I was already in bed. It was a little after midnight. I had been lying there for a while, staring at the ceiling, too wired to sleep. The whole hike had left me feeling off. Not scared exactly, not until that moment, but unsettled in a way I couldn't shake. Like I had walked into something I wasn't meant to see, and somehow brought a piece of it back with me. When I heard the sound, I sat up immediately, just froze, didn't breathe. My bedroom faces the back of the house, but I could picture the layout in my head perfectly. The front door is right off the main hallway, just 2 rooms away. I waited, heart pounding hard in that dry, empty way, and counted the clicks again. 1. Pause. 2. Slightly longer pause. 3, 4. Each one slower than the last. Like whoever was out there didn't want to open the door all at once, like they were testing it, trying to feel how far the latch would go, if it was locked, if it was going to give. I got up as quietly as I could and crept to the hallway. The light from the street lamp outside slanted in through the curtain just enough to see shapes, the outline of my coat on the hook, the curve of the table by the wall, the frame of the door. Nothing moved. I don't own a gun, never really saw the point. I had pepper spray somewhere, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. I ended up grabbing this heavy ceramic lamp from the side table. Dumb, I know. Like I was going to fight someone off with a lamp, but it made me feel less helpless. I waited there for a long time, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Didn't move, didn't hear anything else. Just the sound of my own breathing and the blood in my ears. I called the sheriff's department again. I gave them my case number from the day before and told them what happened during the night. The woman on the phone sounded polite but tired. She said someone would swing by to make a report. I waited all day, but no one came. By the time it got dark again, I had barricaded the door with a chair and a piece of plywood from the shed. I put it up against the inside and wedged it behind the table. Was it excessive? Yeah, maybe. But I couldn't shake what I had seen in the woods. The stillness of that woman, the crouching man with the gloves, the silence between them. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to walk over and peek through the peephole. No one. No cars. No footsteps fading down the street. Nothing. I checked the locks again. Top deadbolt still secure. Bottom knob untouched. The little chain across the frame still in place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had left even one of those unlocked, I wouldn't be standing there. That I'd be gone. Or worse, not gone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch with the lamp still in my lap and the hallway light on, staring at the door like it might come to life. The next morning, I checked the outside, walked around the porch, looked for footprints. There wasn't anything obvious, but the dirt under the steps looked a little off, like it had been shifted. No shoe prints, no boot treads, just a soft sort of indentation, like someone had stood there and rocked slightly back and forth. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just two people in the wrong place. I started trying to look things up, missing person reports, weird incidents in national forests, anything that might explain what I saw. I went through pages and pages of headlines, some recent, some from years ago. A few stories matched parts of it: people who went missing while hiking, strange disappearances, unidentifiable remains found deep in remote areas, but nothing exact. Nothing with that specific combination of bait and ambush. But there were enough of them that it started to feel like a pattern. Most of the people who vanished were solo hikers. Most were reported missing days later, when no one had heard from them. Some were never found. Some were recovered far from where they were last seen. A few left behind strange notes or voicemails. Most had no warning at all. I started wondering if anyone else had seen what I had. If anyone had ever reported a woman sitting barefoot off the trail, crying without making a sound. If anyone else had turned away and seen the man waiting behind the log. What if they hadn't run? That question stayed with me. What if they stepped closer? What if they tried to help? What if I had? I called the sheriff's department again the next day. This time I got a different person. I asked for an update. The guy didn't sound like he knew what I was talking about. I gave him my name, my address, the trail I was on, the report number. He put me on hold for a long time, then came back and said it must still be under review. He didn't have any new info. Said if there were no signs of criminal activity, they might just close it out. I asked him if anyone else had reported anything from that area. He said no. I asked if they ever patrolled that trail or sent drones out there. He paused for a second, then said not, unless there was an active emergency or a call for help. That forest covered a lot of ground, not enough staff to monitor every stretch. So I thanked him and hung up. I stared at the front door for a long time after that, wondering if the man had followed me back, wondering if I had somehow led him here, or if maybe he already knew where I lived before I ever set foot on that trail. Because the part that keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw. It's the feeling I had when I looked at her. The woman didn't look surprised to see me. She looked like she had been waiting. I kept trying to move on like it hadn't happened. That's what you do, right? You tell yourself it was weird, but not dangerous. You tell yourself maybe it was some strange misunderstanding. Some local couple messing around, or someone filming a prank video, or testing some experimental art thing out in the woods. Anything that makes it smaller, less serious. But I didn't believe that. I couldn't. It wasn't just the silence, or the way they were positioned, or the gloves. It was everything together, the timing, the distance from the trail. The way she didn't look at me, not even once. The way the man didn't flinch when I saw him. Like he didn't care. Like he expected to be seen eventually, and had already decided how it would go. I tried not to think about what might have happened if I had taken another step toward her, or if I hadn't noticed him behind the log. That part still sits in my chest like a weight I can't shift. I didn't go outside for a few days after the door handle thing. I worked from home, turned down invitations, barely even went near the windows after dark. I told myself I was being smart, careful, that it was just temporary, but deep down I knew it was fear, not the kind that fades after a bad dream. The kind that crawls into your routines and starts shaping your decisions without asking. A week passed. No more knocks, no more handle rattles, no more strange cars parked out front. For a while, I convinced myself maybe it really was over. That maybe I had panicked, and whoever was out there had moved on. That it had nothing to do with the woman, or the man, or the trail. Then I got the call. It was from a blocked number. I usually don't answer those, but something about the timing made me pick up. There was a pause at first, just silence on the other end. I almost hung up. But then a voice came through, a man's voice, calm, flat. He said, "You shouldn't have run." That's all. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't threatening exactly. There was no shouting, no rage, just that awful calmness. The kind that means they don't need to scare you, because they already know you're scared. I didn't say anything. I just ended the call and sat there staring at the screen like it might explain something. My hands were shaking, but it took a while to realize it. I went into the call log and took a screenshot, even though there was no number listed, just unknown. I reported it, obviously, called the police again, gave them the whole thing, the woods, the people, the door handle, now the call. They told me to file an official report in person. I did. They asked if I had any video evidence, any threats, anything I could actually hand over. I told them no, just the feeling that someone was watching me, just the voice. They took down the information, gave me a case number, and said they'd follow up if anything else happened. That was the last I heard from them. I started changing my habits after that, swapped out my morning walk for a treadmill, took a different route to the grocery store, covered the peephole on my door, put tape over the webcam on my laptop. Stuff that maybe looks paranoid from the outside, but felt necessary in the moment. I also stopped hiking. That was the hardest part. The outdoors had always been my reset button, the thing I did when my brain got too loud, and now it felt like that space had been taken from me, tainted. Not because of the woods themselves, but because of what had been waiting in them, watching from the edge. One night, I couldn't sleep again. It was 2 a.m, and I was sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of cold tea and a news tab open on my laptop. I wasn't really reading, just scrolling, trying to feel connected to something that made sense. I don't even know why I did it, but I searched for reports again, not just missing hikers this time, but arrests, human trafficking, suspicious activity in remote areas. It felt like grasping at smoke, but I needed to find something, some piece that made the whole thing feel real in a way that people would believe. That's when I found a story. It was local, published 3 years ago. Brief, barely a few paragraphs long. A man had been arrested for attempting to abduct a woman from a state park in southern Oregon. She had been hiking alone and was approached by someone who claimed his friend needed help. When she followed him off the trail, another man had been waiting behind a tree. She saw him just in time, ran, and flagged down another hiker near the parking area. The police caught one of them later, but the second man disappeared. The article mentioned that there had been similar incidents in other areas, but didn't elaborate. No names, no charges filed. Just a single arrest and a vague comment from a ranger about possible trafficking activity. That word trafficking hit me harder than I expected. Not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. It made too much sense. The gloves, the silence, the location, the bait. I tried finding more about the story, looked up court records, local blogs, forums, nothing else. It had all gone quiet after the arrest. Like someone had shut it down, or no one cared enough to follow up. I started thinking again about how clean her feet were, how she hadn't looked up, how still she was, like she wasn't acting scared, like she wasn't acting at all. Maybe she had done it before. Maybe that was her role. The scariest part isn't the idea that it was some random attack. The scariest part is the possibility that it wasn't random at all, that it was a system, a routine, something organized and practiced and deliberate, that they weren't just hoping someone would show up. They were waiting for someone like me, someone alone, someone curious, someone kind enough to stop. I don't know why they didn't follow through. I don't know why they let me go. Maybe because I saw him too early. Maybe because they realized I wasn't going to play along. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just a trial run. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound of the door handle turning. And I wonder if they're still out there, just waiting for the next person to stop and ask, "Are you okay?" It's strange what your brain starts doing when it doesn't feel safe in your own home. Every sound becomes a pattern. Every shadow feels deliberate. You stop trusting doors to stay shut and windows to stay locked, even when you've checked them twice, maybe especially then. After the call, the one with the man saying, "You shouldn't have run," I started sleeping with my phone recording. Not video, just audio. I'd set it on the nightstand and hit record before bed. I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, that I just needed proof in case something happened. But really, I think I wanted to know if something was happening when I was asleep. The first few nights were nothing but hours of silence, punctuated by the occasional toss of a blanket or a creak from the floor. But the fourth night, around 3 a.m, there was a sound I couldn't explain. It was faint, barely louder than a whisper, but it was there. 3 slow knocks. Not on the front door, not on any wall. It sounded like they came from inside the house. I replayed it a dozen times, tried to isolate it, boosted the audio, ran it through some free filter software. Same result every time. 3 knocks, not aggressive, not urgent. Just testing, like they were checking to see if I would respond. I didn't. I packed a bag the next morning and stayed with an old co-worker for the weekend. I didn't tell her much. Just said there had been someone prowling around my place, and I didn't feel comfortable being alone. She didn't ask questions. We watched movies, made pancakes, played cards. It felt normal, safe, and for a little while, I almost convinced myself that the whole thing was in my head. But when I got home, I found something wedged between the front screen door and the main one. It was a scrap of paper, torn, like it had been ripped from a notebook, folded twice, nothing written on it, just blank. Except it wasn't. When I turned it in the light, I saw it had been pressed into with something sharp, a knife maybe, or a pen without ink. Just enough pressure to leave a shallow impression. It said, "We wait." Not signed, not dated, just that, 2 words. I put the paper in a Ziploc bag and stored it in the freezer, mostly because I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't want it out in the open, but I didn't want to throw it away either. That felt too final, like I might need it later. I stopped calling the police. It was clear they weren't going to do anything unless I had video of someone standing on my porch with a crowbar. And even then, maybe not. I get it in a way. I don't have a face. I don't have a license plate. Just feelings and impressions and a story that sounds like a campfire tale. I started doing more research, late night scrolling through news articles and Reddit threads and amateur investigation blogs. I found more than I expected. Stories that didn't get picked up by the major outlets. Local forums where people talked about weird things happening in remote areas, missing hikers, abandoned campsites, equipment left behind like someone just walked away mid-meal. But there was one post that stuck with me. It was short. A user claiming they had gone camping near a river in central Oregon, woke up around 2 a.m, and saw what they thought was a woman standing just outside their tent, barefoot, not speaking. Just standing there. They didn't unzip the tent, just waited, frozen, until she walked away. The comments were the usual mix of skepticism and jokes, but one reply caught my eye. Someone said they had seen something similar in a different park 3 years earlier. Same details, barefoot woman. No words, just watching. That's when it hit me. It wasn't random, it was repeated. Not the same people maybe, not the same woods, but the same setup, the same bait. I started keeping notes, dates, places, names when I could find them. I wasn't trying to solve anything. I'm not a detective. I just didn't want to feel powerless anymore. One night I mapped them out, pinned every story I could find that matched the pattern, even loosely. Oregon, Washington, Northern California, all along forest corridors. All within a few miles of lesser-known trails. Not the major tourist loops, the smaller ones. The ones where people go to be alone. It looked like a network. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain needed to see it, but it didn't feel random, and it didn't feel like something one person could do alone. And then something weird happened. Nothing. No calls, no knocks, no notes. Days passed, then a week, then another. My anxiety didn't go away, but it shifted. It went from dread to confusion, like waiting for a punch that never lands. It almost felt worse. I went back to the trailhead. I know how that sounds, and maybe it was reckless, but I had to see it again, not to confront anyone, not to go deep. Just to stand there at the edge and see if the world still looked the same. I didn't hike in, just parked and stood near the sign, the one with the faded letters and the carved initials from 100 past visitors. The forest looked normal, beautiful even. The light filtered through the trees the same way it always had. Birds chirped. Wind moved gently through the branches. It didn't feel haunted. It felt empty. Too empty. There were no cars in the lot besides mine, no fresh footprints in the dirt, no wrappers, no signs that anyone had been through recently. Like they had moved on. Or like the trail had served its purpose. I got back in my car and locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, staring into the tree line. I didn't see her. I didn't see him. But I didn't expect to. Because I'm starting to think it doesn't work that way. They don't come to you unless you don't know what's happening. That's the point. It's the not knowing that makes you vulnerable. And now that I know even just a little, I think that means I'm not the one they want anymore. Which is almost a relief. Almost. Except it also means they're looking for someone else. After that trip back to the trailhead, I didn't sleep well for a long time. I kept thinking I would feel better, that standing there again would give me some kind of closure, but it didn't. It just reminded me that the trail was still there, that nothing had changed except me. The forest hadn't closed, there weren't warning signs, no patrol cars parked nearby. It was still just another hiking route to most people. Still listed on all the travel blogs and outdoor forums like nothing had ever happened there. And maybe nothing did. Not officially. That part bothered me more than I thought it would. The way something can almost happen and then just vanish. Like it was designed not to leave a mark. No reports, no missing person flyers, no bodies, no noise. Just enough to make you question it. It made me start noticing things in a different way. People mostly. Small things. Like the guy who lingered too long near a women's restroom at a rest stop. Or the couple who walked a little too far apart on a downtown sidewalk, the woman looking down while the man talked and never turned his head. I know I sound paranoid. I hear it even as I say it. But once you start seeing people as possible threats instead of background noise, it's hard to go back. I tried explaining it to a friend one night. Not everything, just a version of it. I said I had come across something strange while hiking, and it had shaken me up. She asked what I meant by strange. I gave her pieces, said I saw a woman crying off trail, and a man nearby who felt wrong, and that I left fast. I didn't mention the gloves, or the phone call, or the knocks. I just wanted to see if the bare bones of the story would make sense to someone else. She listened quietly, nodded, said it was probably just a squatter, or maybe someone having a mental health crisis in the woods. Happens more than people realize. She said I probably did the right thing by leaving, but that I shouldn't let one weird encounter ruin something I loved. I nodded too. Then I changed the subject. She meant well, but it was obvious she didn't really believe there was more to it, and maybe that's why this works. Because people don't expect others to lie in the dirt and wait behind logs with gloves on. Because we still give the benefit of the doubt when someone's crying alone. Because we assume in the best way that someone needs help and that we should offer it. And sometimes we're right. But sometimes we're not. I started locking everything at night in a kind of ritual, not just doors and windows. I would check under the bed, inside the closet, behind the shower curtain. I would look out the peephole for a full minute before I went to sleep, just standing there, listening. There were no more calls, no more knocks, no more notes. But I still didn't feel alone. I went back through my phone at one point and found the original photo I took of the trailhead sign, back when I first arrived that day. I zoomed in on it, not really knowing why, just searching for something. Maybe a shape in the trees, a reflection in the glass of my car, but there was nothing, no figures, no clues. But I did notice something else. The timestamp. I remembered arriving at the trailhead just after 10 in the morning. I had checked the clock in my car. I remember thinking I had plenty of time before sundown. but the photo was marked 9:38. I checked the camera app settings, checked the system clock on my phone. Everything looked normal. So why was there a 30-minute gap? I know that doesn't sound like much. Phones glitch. GPS sync can lag. Maybe I bumped a setting at some point, but it still sat wrong with me. That 30-minute gap between what I remembered and what the phone recorded. What if I didn't leave right after I saw the man? What if I waited a little longer than I thought? What if I lost time? I don't remember anything like that. There's no blank space in my memory, no blackout. But it made me wonder if that whole experience had been longer than I realized. If maybe I had stood there longer than I thought, frozen, trying to decide whether to help her, whether to step off the trail. I'll never know. And I think that's the worst part. Not the fear, not the paranoia, the not knowing, the silence after something that should have echoed. Weeks passed, then months. I kept checking the local news. Every few days I'd scroll through the police blotter, the local arrest logs, the missing persons reports. I even signed up for alerts from a couple of trail safety apps, just in case something came up near that area. Nothing ever did. Not even close. The closest thing I ever found was a small notice on a community bulletin board from a nearby town. It said a local volunteer group was looking for people to help clean up neglected trails and offshoot paths in the area. It was phrased like a call to service. Help us restore our forests, reconnect with nature. One of the trails listed was mine. It felt like a joke, or a dare, or maybe just a coincidence. But I took a screenshot anyway and saved it to the same folder where I kept the audio files, the blank paper, the screenshot of the blocked call. It's a strange little folder, tucked between work documents and grocery lists and receipts, but it's there, just in case. I haven't hiked since. I want to. I really do. Sometimes I even lace up my boots and sit on the edge of the bed, just staring at the floor. But I can't quite make myself go. Because I know how easy it is to walk just a few feet off the trail. And I know how quickly something can go wrong. And I know now how people can disappear without a trace. Not because they weren't strong, not because they were careless, but because someone out there was waiting for them to care. Just enough to stop. Eventually, I knew I had to talk to someone, not a friend, not family, someone who wouldn't try to smooth it over or wave it away. I found a therapist a few towns over. I picked her because her website didn't feel like it was trying too hard to sell me anything. It just said she worked with trauma, anxiety, people who had experienced something unusual and were having trouble putting it down. That last part got me. I didn't tell her the full story right away, just parts. I said I saw something in the woods that unsettled me, that I was having trouble feeling safe again, even though nothing had technically happened. I told her about the door handle, the phone call, the strange silences, but I left out the details about the man behind the log and the way the woman sat without blinking. She didn't laugh, she didn't even blink, just asked questions, measured ones. She asked how long I had felt like someone was watching me, if I had experienced anything like this before, if I had a history of panic, of sleep problems, of memory loss. I said no, because it was true. She asked if I thought I was in danger now. And I didn't know how to answer that. That was the hardest part, the thing I kept coming back to, not knowing, because nothing ever came from it. No follow-up, no knock at the door in the middle of the night, no second photo. No sign that I was still being watched, just a long, drawn-out silence. And yet, I still kept checking. Every night, I would go through the same routine, lock the doors, check the windows, turn off the lights, then sit in the dark and listen, not for anything in particular, just in case. She asked me once what the worst-case scenario was, the thing I believed deep down, even if I didn't say it out loud. And I told her that it wasn't random, that it wasn't just some deranged couple in the woods or a stalker with too much time on his hands, that it was organized, practiced, that the woman was part of it, that she had been doing it for a while, and that the man behind the log wasn't alone, that there were others, maybe not in the woods that day, but somewhere nearby, watching, learning, waiting for someone to take the bait. She didn't argue, just nodded once and wrote something down. A few weeks later, I started to sleep again. Not all night, not every night, but enough to feel my shoulders drop a little when I walked through the door. Enough to stop flinching at every creak in the floor. I even started walking again. Not hiking, not yet, but around the neighborhood. Middle of the day, sun high, people out mowing lawns and kids biking on sidewalks. I told myself I would go a little farther each week. That I would start rebuilding the muscle of trust, not in people exactly, but in places, in sidewalks and porches and open windows that did not mean danger. And slowly, it started to work. I got back into some routines. I started reading again. I cooked real meals instead of frozen ones. I even made plans to travel for work, which I hadn't done since everything happened. Then one morning, months after it all started, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address, no name, just my address written in careful block letters. It wasn't a bill. It wasn't junk. It was thick, like it had something inside besides paper. I sat there holding it for a long time, just staring. Eventually, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. Not of me, not of my house, not of the trail. It was a photo of another person. A man, middle-aged, standing on a rocky path near a tree line. His back was to the camera. He had a backpack on, one foot just off the edge of the trail. The kind of moment you catch right before someone disappears into the woods. On the back, someone had written a date. That date was 3 days ago. I checked the news, checked social media, checked local missing persons bulletins. Nothing came up. No alerts, no calls for help, no family members posting his face on Facebook. No signs of anyone looking for him yet. But I knew what this was. I took the envelope to the police. I sat in the small beige room with a detective who looked more tired than suspicious. I told him everything. From the trail to the woman, to the man behind the log, to the phone call, the door handle, the note, the photograph. He took notes, asked me to leave the photo and envelope. He said they would look into it. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But I realized, walking out of that building, that I had done the one thing I hadn't done since the beginning. I handed it off. I let it go. Not because I think I'm safe now, Not because I think it's over, but because I know I was never supposed to fix it. I was just someone who walked too far down the wrong trail and saw something I wasn't meant to see. That happens sometimes. You stumble across something. You don't get answers. You don't get closure. You just get out. And that has to be enough. It is for me. Because I've stopped waiting for them to come back. I've stopped asking why the woman didn't move, or why the man had gloves, or how they found my address. Some things aren't meant to be solved. Some things aren't puzzles. They're warnings. And if you're lucky, you walk away before the question ever turns into a consequence. I was lucky. I ran, and I never went back. I live in a small brick house on a quiet street in Toronto, the kind of place where the evenings are filled with the gentle murmur of neighbors heading home and the distant glow of porch lights flickering on. For years it felt safe, familiar, but something has changed, and now I find myself waiting every night for the moment when the knocking begins. It started about a month ago. I remember waking up in the darkness, the room cold and still, the ticking of the old clock on the wall the only sound. Then I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock on the back door, 3 times, steady and measured, as if someone was standing there, counting out the seconds between each tap. I lay there in bed, my heart thudding in the silence. I told myself it was just the wind or maybe the old wood settling in the night, but I knew the sound of a knock. I had heard it 1,000 times and there was no mistaking it for anything else. I got up and padded down the narrow hallway, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The kitchen was dark, the soft glow of the street lamp outside spilling in through the window over the sink. I stood there for a moment, my hand resting on the doorknob, listening. Nothing, just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint rustle of leaves outside. I took a deep breath and turned the lock, pulling the door open just a crack. The alley behind the house was empty, the shadows long and still. I stood there, peering out into the darkness, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. Just the quiet of the night and the soft breath of the cold air against my face. I closed the door and went back to bed, telling myself it was just my imagination, but I could not shake the feeling that something had been there, standing just beyond the reach of the light. The next night, it happened again. 3 soft knocks, always at the same time, 3 in the morning. I woke up the moment I heard it, my eyes snapping open in the darkness. This time I did not hesitate. I got up and went to the door, the cold floor biting at my bare feet. Again, nothing, no movement, no sign of anyone at all. But as I stood there, peering out into the shadows, I saw something, a shape. Tall and thin, just at the edge of the light cast by the alley lamp. It was there for a moment, a flicker of movement, and then it was gone. My breath caught in my throat, and I slammed the door shut, turning the lock with hands that would not stop shaking. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the light, a branch moving in the wind. But I knew it was not. I had seen it, a shadow that moved like a man, standing there in the cold watching me. The nights since have all been the same. 3 in the morning, 3 soft knocks, sometimes at the back door, sometimes at the window over the sink. I stopped sleeping in my bed, choosing instead to sit in the living room with the lights on, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders like a shield. but even in the soft glow of the lamps I could feel it. The weight of that shadow waiting for me, patient and silent. I tried to tell someone once. My brother came by for dinner a few nights after it started. He laughed it off, said it was probably some local kid playing a prank. But the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching told me he did not really believe that. He saw the dark circles under my eyes, the way I flinched at every small sound. The truth is, I do not know what to believe. I have never been one to scare easy, but this is different. It feels like something older, something that does not care if I believe or not. It is there, every night, knocking at the same hour like a question that does not need an answer. I have tried everything to make it stop. I put up new locks, added extra bolts to the doors. I even bought a small security camera and set it up in the kitchen window, the red light a small comfort in the darkness. But the camera never catches anything. No movement, no shape. Just the empty alley, the quiet street. It is like he only exists when I am the one watching. Sometimes I wonder if it is all in my head, if the long nights and the soft press of the dark have finally gotten to me. But then I hear it again, that steady knock, and I know it is real. It is too deliberate, too patient to be a dream. Last night it was worse. The knocking started at the back door, but then it moved, slowly, steadily, like he was walking around the house. 3 knocks at the window in the kitchen, then at the window in the hallway. I sat there on the couch, my hands clenched in the blanket, listening as he moved closer and closer, the rhythm of it unchanging, like a heartbeat in the silence. I did not open the door. I did not look outside. I just sat there, my eyes fixed on the wall, my breath coming in short, shaky bursts. When the knocking finally stopped, the quiet was almost worse. I waited for hours, listening for any sign that he was still there, but there was nothing. Just the soft tick of the clock and the distant sound of a car passing by on the street. Now I sit here with the lights on and the blanket still wrapped tight around me. It is almost 3 in the morning again, and I know he will come. I can feel it, the slow crawl of something moving in the dark, the soft echo of footsteps that are not really there. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he is a man, or a shadow, or something else entirely. But I know that he will keep coming night after night, until I find the courage to open the door and face whatever waits in the darkness. And tonight, I think I just might. The night after I decided I might open the door was the longest one yet. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the soft hum of the fridge in the kitchen the only sound. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds like it was counting down to something I was not sure I wanted to see. I wrapped myself tighter in the blanket, the weight of it grounding me in the stillness. My hands were cold, and every few minutes I would stand up and check the locks on the doors and windows, just to be sure. I kept telling myself that if it was just some man playing tricks, I would see him clearly when I opened the door. Maybe he would be gone when he saw me face to face, the spell of his knocking broken by the bright light of my kitchen. But in the back of my mind, I knew that was not really what I believed. There was something about the way he came every night, always at 3 in the morning, that felt too precise, too measured to be some random prowler. When the clock finally clicked over to 3, I held my breath. The first knock came, soft and deliberate, just like always. 3 quick raps, as steady as the tick of the second hand. My heart jumped in my chest. and I felt my fingers tighten around the edge of the blanket. The next knock was at the window by the sink, the sound sharp against the glass. I could not see him from where I sat, but I could feel him there, just beyond the thin pane that separated us. I stood up slowly, my feet cold on the wooden floor. Each step felt heavy, like I was walking underwater. I paused in the doorway to the kitchen, listening to the silence that fell after the knocking stopped. My breath was loud in the quiet, each inhale a sharp reminder that I was still here, still alive. I stepped into the kitchen and walked to the window. The alley was empty, the light from the street lamp casting long shadows that stretched across the cracked pavement. But in the reflection of the glass, I thought I saw something move, a flicker of darkness, gone as quickly as it had come. I reached for the door, my fingers brushing the cold metal of the lock. For a moment, I thought I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in the hollow of my chest. I turned the lock slowly, the click of it too loud in the silence. Then I took a deep breath and pulled the door open. The air outside was cold and smelled faintly of damp earth and old stone. The alley was as empty as it had been every night before, the shadows long and still. But I could feel him there, somewhere just beyond the reach of the light, watching. I stepped back and closed the door, turning the lock with hands that would not stop shaking. I stood there for a long time, my back pressed against the cool wood, listening to the quiet. There was no more knocking that night, no more sounds to chase me back to the safety of the couch. Just the slow, steady beat of my heart and the faint creak of the old house settling into the cold. The next morning, I woke up to a bright sun streaming in through the living room windows. The light felt like a small mercy, warm and gentle against my face. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the taste of it bitter and sharp on my tongue. The world outside looked so normal in the daylight. Children walking to school, the soft rumble of the garbage truck down the street. But I could not shake the memory of that knock, the echo of it still living in my bones. I spent the afternoon trying to keep busy. I cleaned the flat, scrubbing every surface until my hands were raw. I opened the windows to let in the fresh air, the cool breeze stirring the curtains and making the shadows dance on the walls. I told myself that if I could make the space feel new again, maybe I could leave the fear behind with the dust and the dirt. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the weight of the night began to settle over me again. I made dinner but barely tasted it, my mind drifting back to that quiet alley and the shape I had seen in the reflection of the window. I washed the dishes slowly, the warm water and the soft clink of the plates a small comfort in the gathering dark. I tried to tell myself that I would not sit up that night, that I would go to bed and let the knocking come and go without me. But as the hours crept closer to 3, I found myself back in the living room, the blanket wrapped around my shoulders, the lights burning bright and soft. The clock ticked away the seconds, each one a small pulse in the silence. When the first knock came, I did not move. I just sat there, my breath caught in my throat, listening to the steady rhythm of it. 3 knocks, then silence. 3 knocks at the window, then silence again. It felt like a ritual, a quiet conversation that I was only just beginning to understand. I wanted to stand up and throw open the door, to face whatever waited there and be done with it. But I stayed in my seat, the fear holding me like a hand around my wrist. I thought about the stories my grandmother used to tell me when I was a child, about the shadow man who came for those who listened too long to the whispers in the dark. When the knocking finally stopped, I let out a breath I had not realized I had been holding. The silence that followed was almost worse than the sound. It was so complete, so final, that it felt like the world had stopped moving altogether. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the quiet, the soft glow of the lamps the only light in the room, and waited for the dawn. When the sun finally rose, I felt a strange kind of calm settle over me, like I had made it through something I did not have a name for. But deep down, I knew that the Shadow Man would be back, and I knew that I was still not ready to see what waited in the dark. The next few days felt like I was moving through a fog. Everything looked the same in the daylight, the same shops and quiet streets, the same neighbor waving as she carried groceries inside. But it felt like the world had lost some of its warmth, like there was a thin layer of frost on every word and every smile. I went to work and I talked to people, but my mind was always somewhere else, always waiting for 3 a.m. to come around again. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that it was just some stranger passing through, some strange man who had found a rhythm in the night and decided to keep knocking until he grew bored and moved on. But the part of me that still lay awake long after midnight knew better. It was in the way the knocking was always the same, always 3 a.m, never early and never late. It was in the way the shadow moved outside the window, patient and silent, like it was waiting for me to look just a little too long. I started to see him even when the sun was high and the street was full of people. I would be walking home from the store and I would catch a glimpse of a tall, thin shape in the corner of my eye. Or I would be doing dishes at the kitchen sink and see that flicker of movement in the reflection of the glass. It never stayed long enough to be sure, never close enough to call out to. But it was always there, just at the edge of the light. One evening, I decided I needed to do something. I was tired of feeling like a ghost in my own house, tired of waiting for the knocking to come. I went to the hardware store and bought a motion light, the kind that flicks on bright as day if anything moves outside. I put it up over the back door, my hands shaking a little as I screwed it into place. When I was done, I stood there for a long time, staring out into the alley. The light was off, the shadows deep and still, but I felt a little stronger knowing that if he came again, at least I would see him clearly. That night, I sat in the living room with the blanket around my shoulders, the clock ticking away the minutes in the quiet. I watched the window, my eyes heavy and dry, and waited. When the hands on the clock moved past 3, I held my breath. The first knock came, soft and steady. I felt my heart start to race, the sound as clear as a voice in the dark. 3 soft knocks, then silence. I sat there, my hands clenched tight in the blanket, listening for the sound of the motion light flicking on. But it stayed dark, the alley outside as still as it had always been. The second knock came at the window by the sink, the sound sharp against the glass. I turned my head slowly, my breath catching in my throat. I could see the faint reflection of the light in the alley, still off, the shadows deep and undisturbed, but I knew he was there. I could feel it, the cold weight of his presence pressing in from the other side of the glass. I wanted to stand up, to go to the door and throw it open, and end it all, but I stayed where I was, my body locked in place by a fear that felt older than the house itself. The knocking stopped, the quiet that followed almost gentle. I let out a slow breath, my hands trembling. When dawn came, I went outside and looked at the motion light. It was working fine, the small red light steady and sure. I tested it myself, walking back and forth until it flicked on, bright and blinding in the gray morning. But it had not caught him. Whatever he was, he moved in a way that did not trigger the light, in a way that did not belong to the world I knew. I spent the rest of the day in a kind of daze. My mind kept going back to that moment, the way the knocking had sounded so close, so sure. I thought about calling someone, about asking if they had seen anything strange, but every time I picked up the phone, the words felt too heavy to say out loud. That evening I walked down the alley, the light from the street lamp spilling in pale circles on the cracked pavement. The bricks of the houses on either side felt close and cold, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and old stone. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant sound of traffic on the main road. I did not see him that night, but I felt him, like a weight in the shadows, a breath on the back of my neck that never quite touched my skin. I went back inside and locked the door, the sound of the bolt sliding home a small comfort. I made tea and sat at the kitchen table, the warmth of the cup in my hands grounding me in the quiet. I told myself again that it would stop, that maybe this was the last night I would have to hear that soft, patient knock. But deep down I knew it would not end, not until I was ready to face him, not until I was ready to open the door and see what waited on the other side. That night I did not sleep at all. I sat in the living room with the lights off, the darkness pressing in close and quiet. I watched the clock, the slow creep of the hands across the face, and waited for 3 a.m. to come again. The next night felt different. I could not say why exactly, but there was a heaviness in the air that settled over everything like a thick fog. I spent the day trying to keep busy, cleaning every corner of the house, rearranging shelves, scrubbing the floors until my hands were raw. But nothing I did could shake that quiet tension that had settled over me. It was like the hours themselves were holding their breath, waiting for 3 a.m. to come again. When the sun began to set, I made dinner, though I had no appetite. I forced down a few bites and then set the plate in the sink, the scrape of the fork on the porcelain loud in the stillness. The house felt too quiet, each creak of the floorboards like a whisper just out of reach. I turned on the radio for a while, the soft murmur of voices filling the room with something like comfort. But even that felt hollow, the words drifting past me like smoke. As midnight came and went, I found myself sitting on the edge of the couch, the blanket wrapped tight around my shoulders, my eyes fixed on the small clock on the mantel. Each tick of the second hand was a slow echo in the room, a small marker of the time slipping by. I kept telling myself that this would be the night I would not give in to the fear, that this would be the night I would stand up and see him for what he was. But as the minutes crawled by, the fear only grew. It was not the loud, sudden fear that makes your breath catch and your heart race. It was something deeper, something that lived in the hollow of my chest and spread cold fingers through every breath. It was the fear that comes when you know something is waiting for you, and you have no choice but to meet it. At 3 a.m, the first knock came, soft and steady just like every night before. 3 gentle raps against the back door, so quiet they might have been nothing but the memory of a sound. My hands tightened around the edge of the blanket. The fabric pulled taut between my fingers. I did not move, I just sat there, listening. The second knock came at the window, the sound sharper now, a quiet insistence that pulled at something deep inside me. I felt my breath catch in my throat, my heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm in the silence. I could almost feel the weight of his presence outside, the shape of him waiting just beyond the glass. I stood up slowly, the blanket slipping from my shoulders to pool at my feet. My legs felt heavy, each step a deliberate choice as I walked to the kitchen. The light above the sink was still on, casting a soft glow across the empty countertops. I stood there for a moment, my hand resting on the cool edge of the sink, and looked out into the darkness. The alley was as empty as it had always been, the motion light still and silent above the door, but in the faint reflection of the glass, I saw him. A tall, thin shape, darker than the shadows around it, standing perfectly still. My breath fogged the window in a soft cloud, and for a moment, it almost looked like he was breathing with me, our breaths mingling in the cold night air. I reached for the lock, my hand trembling. Part of me wanted to turn away, to walk back to the couch and pull the blanket tight around me, and pretend it was all just a dream. But another part of me, a quiet voice that had been growing louder with each passing night, told me that I could not hide anymore, that I had to see him, to know him. I turned the lock slowly, the soft click loud in the silence. I took a deep breath and pulled the door open, just a crack at first, the cold air rushing in to wrap around my ankles. The alley was empty. The light above the door stayed dark, the shadows deep and undisturbed, but I could feel him there, standing just beyond the reach of the light, the weight of his gaze pressing in around me. I stepped back and opened the door wider, the old hinges groaning softly. The cold night air swept in, and I stood there for a long moment, staring out into the darkness. I did not see him, but I knew he was there. I could feel it in the way the shadows seemed to breathe, in the way the air itself felt alive. I waited. The cold seeped into my bones, but I did not move. I wanted to hear his voice, to see the shape of his face, to know if there was anything human in the dark, but the silence held. No movement, no sound, just the quiet breath of the night and the soft beat of my heart in the hollow of my chest. After what felt like forever, I closed the door and turned the lock again. I stood there with my hand still on the knob, the chill of the metal grounding me in the moment. I was shaking, but it was not from the cold. It was from the knowing, the quiet certainty that he would come again, that this was not the end of it. I went back to the couch and pulled the blanket around me, the soft weight of it a small comfort in the quiet. I sat there until the first light of dawn crept in through the windows, the soft blue of the morning sky washing away the last of the night, and in that light I felt something like peace. Not because I thought it was over, but because I had finally faced the thing that had been waiting for me in the dark. I knew he would come again, and I knew that when he did, I would be ready. The days after I finally opened the door were some of the strangest I have ever lived through. It was like I had stepped out of one world and into another, one where the air itself seemed to hum with something I could not name. I found myself looking at everything a little closer, listening for the small sounds in the quiet spaces of the day. Even in the bright light of morning, I could feel the memory of that cold night clinging to me, the quiet weight of the dark pressing against my skin. I kept telling myself it was over, that opening the door had been enough, that the shadow man had seen me standing there and would leave me alone now. But in my heart, I knew that was not true. There was something in the way he had waited, something in the patience of those 3 soft knocks that told me he was not finished yet. At work, I was distracted, my mind always drifting back to that moment in the alley, the feel of the cold air on my face, the quiet press of the dark against my skin. My coworkers noticed. They asked if I was all right, if I was sleeping enough. I lied, said I was just a little tired, just a little worn out from too many late nights. But I could see the worry in their eyes, the way they watched me when they thought I was not paying attention. At night, I tried to sleep, but it always felt like there was something just outside the edge of my dreams, some soft voice calling to me from the dark. I would wake up gasping, my heart pounding, the room around me too still, too quiet, and always, I would find myself listening for that soft knock at the door. One night, I decided I could not wait anymore. I needed to know. I needed to understand what he wanted from me, why he kept coming back. I sat in the kitchen, the light above the sink casting a warm glow over the worn wooden table. I made a pot of tea, the steam curling in the cool air, and I waited. The clock on the wall ticked away the minutes, the soft rhythm of it almost soothing. I thought about all the nights I had spent waiting, the way the fear had become a part of the air I breathed. But tonight felt different. Tonight, I felt something close to calm. At 3 a.m, the first knock came. I closed my eyes and let the sound wash over me, soft and deliberate. 3 measured beats against the wood. I took a deep breath and stood up, my feet cold on the floor, my hands steady for the first time in weeks. I walked to the door and placed my hand on the lock, the metal cool and smooth under my fingers. I did not open it. Instead, I spoke. My voice was quiet, but it felt strong in the silence. "I know you are there," I said. "I see you. I hear you. What do you want from me?" There was no answer, just the soft hush of the wind outside and the quiet tick of the clock on the wall. I waited, my breath slow and steady, my heart a soft thrum in the quiet. Then for the first time the knocking came again, faster this time, a quiet urgency that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I opened the door. The alley was empty, the light from the street lamp soft and pale against the wet pavement. The air was cold and smelled of rain and old stone. I stepped out onto the small stoop, the chill biting at my bare feet, and I looked into the dark. At first I saw nothing, just the quiet hush of the night, the soft rustle of the wind through the narrow space between the buildings. But then, at the very edge of the light, I saw him. He was standing there, tall and thin, his shape just a shadow against the darkness. He did not move, did not speak. But I could feel his gaze, heavy and patient, like he had been waiting for me to see him all along. For a long moment, we just stood there, the quiet stretching out between us like a held breath. I wanted to ask him again, to demand to know why he had chosen me, what he was looking for. But the words would not come. I realized then that maybe it was not about answers. Maybe it was about seeing him, really seeing him, and letting him see me in return. I took a step forward, the cold of the stone sharp under my feet. The shadow man did not move, but the air around him seemed to shimmer, like the darkness itself was alive, breathing in the night. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I did not turn away. I stood there until the first light of dawn began to creep over the rooftops, the pale glow washing the shadows away inch by inch. As the light grew, the shape of him began to fade, the edges of the darkness softening until there was nothing left but the quiet of the alley and the soft sigh of the wind. I went back inside and closed the door, the lock sliding home with a quiet finality that felt like a promise. I stood there for a long moment, my hand still resting on the wood, and I realized I was not afraid anymore. I did not know what he was or why he had come to me, but I knew that I had faced him, that I had stood in the cold and the dark and met his gaze without flinching. When the sun rose fully and the light of day filled the kitchen, I sat down at the table and made another cup of tea. I watched the steam curl up into the quiet morning air, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. I knew he would come again. I could feel it in the quiet spaces of the day, in the soft hush of the wind at night. But I was not afraid. Because now, when I heard that soft knock at 3 a.m, I would know it for what it was. A reminder that some shadows are meant to be seen. In the days that followed, I felt a quiet kind of calm settle over me. The fear that had once pressed down on my chest like a weight had shifted, easing into something more like acceptance. I still heard the knocking at 3 a.m, still felt the presence of the shadow man outside my door, but it no longer held the same power over me. I had seen him. I had looked into the darkness and found that I was still standing when the sun rose. I went about my days like I always had, but there was a new lightness in my step, a small smile that I carried with me even in the quiet hours. My co-workers noticed. They asked if I was sleeping better, if I was feeling more like myself. I told them yes, and it was the truth, at least in the way that mattered most. At night, I no longer sat in the living room with the lights on, waiting for the knocking to start. Instead, I let the house rest in the darkness, the soft sigh of the old wood settling around me like a gentle hand. I would lie in bed and listen to the wind outside, the soft rustle of the leaves and the distant hum of the city. And when the knocking came, as it always did, I would let it wash over me like a song I had learned to hum along with. Sometimes I would get up and stand at the window, my bare feet cool against the worn floorboards. I would look out into the alley, the light from the street lamp painting long shadows across the pavement. Most nights it was empty, just the quiet hush of the city sleeping. But sometimes I would see him, just a shape at the edge of the light, tall and still, watching. I never tried to open the door again. I did not need to. I had already seen him, already stood in the cold air and met his gaze. I understood now that it was not about answers or explanations. It was about presence, about the way some things slip between the cracks of the world and leave their mark on those who are willing to see. I started to write about it in a small notebook, the pages filling with slow, careful words. Not just the story of the shadow man, but the way it had changed me, the way it had taught me to look at the quiet spaces of the night with something like respect. I wrote about the fear, yes, but also about the calm that had come after, the way the darkness could hold both terror and comfort in the same breath. One evening, as the last light of the day faded, and the first cool breath of night settled over the city, I took a walk. I wandered through the narrow streets, the soft glow of the lamps painting the old brick in warm gold. The world felt softer somehow, the shadows less sharp, the quiet more like a song than a threat. I stopped by a small park, the trees tall and black against the pale sky. I sat on a bench and closed my eyes, letting the night settle around me. I thought about that first night, the way the knocking had felt like a question I did not have the words to answer. And I thought about how far I had come, how the fear had given way to something deeper, something that felt almost like understanding. When I got home, I made tea and sat by the window, the warm cup cradled in my hands. The alley was empty, the soft glow of the street lamp steady and sure. But I could feel him there, even if I could not see him, a quiet presence in the night, a reminder that some things are not meant to be understood, only witnessed. At 3 a.m, the knocking came. 3 soft raps, steady and deliberate, like a heartbeat in the quiet. I did not flinch. I did not hide. I just sat there and listened, my breath slow and even, the warmth of the tea grounding me in the dark. I knew then that this was how it would be. The shadow man would keep knocking and I would keep listening. It was not a curse or a gift. It was just a part of the night, a part of me that I had learned to carry without fear. As the first light of dawn crept over the rooftops, I felt a soft peace settle in my chest. The knocking had stopped, the quiet of the early morning wrapping around me like a promise. I stood up and opened the curtains, the pale light of the sun washing the world clean and bright. I looked out at the alley one last time, the stones wet with dew, the air cool and sweet, and I smiled, a small, quiet smile that felt like the truest thing I had ever known. Because I understood now that some shadows are not meant to be chased away. Some shadows are just part of the night, as much as the moon and the wind and the soft, patient beat of your own heart. I turned away from the window and walked into the kitchen, the day waiting for me like an old friend. I made another cup of tea and sat at the table, the soft clink of the spoon against the cup, a small, steady comfort. Outside, the city woke slowly, the sound of footsteps and laughter drifting in through the open window. I let the warmth of the tea fill me, the soft hush of the morning, a gentle song in the back of my mind. And in that quiet moment, I knew that I was all right. The shadow man would come again, as he always did, but he did not own the night. The night was mine too, filled with light and breath, and the small, sweet comforts that make a life. I took a deep breath and let it out slow, the steam of the tea curling up into the soft light of the kitchen. The world was still and quiet and full of promise, and I was ready to meet it, one slow, patient moment at a time. I hadn't talked to Craig since high school, and even then, talked was generous. He was more of a peripheral person in my life, a friend of a friend, someone who was always around but never central. We had a couple classes together, maybe a few mutual parties. I remember him mostly as that kid who laughed too loud, always had something to prove, and somehow knew everything about everyone. So when he messaged me out of nowhere, nearly 10 years later, I was surprised. It was one of those casual Facebook messages, the kind you glance at and almost ignore. Craig T. Hey man, I think we used to run in the same circles. You still in town? I didn't see any harm in replying. I had just moved back to my hometown after years away. Work fell through in the city, rent got ridiculous, and I figured coming back would give me a chance to regroup. I was between jobs doing some contract design work from home. Most of my old friends had moved on, or at least moved out. so I was open to reconnecting. We grabbed a beer that Friday, some dive bar off Main Street I hadn't been to since college. Craig was different than I remembered, or maybe just older. He still talked a lot, but now there was a weird kind of charm to it, like he'd been through things and come out with stories. He was intense, sure, but he was funny too. Charismatic in that way people are when they seem completely unfiltered. We talked for a few hours about jobs, relationships, old classmates, the usual surface-level stuff. He said he was working in private logistics, which sounded vague, but I didn't push. He asked if I still saw anyone from back in the day. I told him no, not really. He nodded, grinned. Then I guess I'm your oldest friend now. It was a joke, but something about the way he said it stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, we started hanging out more. Nothing crazy bar meetups, backyard beers, occasional dinners when I felt like cooking, and he didn't feel like eating alone. He always brought something, a 6-pack, takeout, once even a bag of steaks he got cheap from a guy at work. I appreciated the company. Living alone, especially in a town that used to feel like home but didn't anymore, gets heavy fast. But after a while, I started noticing things. He'd show up unannounced. Not often, but just enough to be unsettling. Once on a Sunday morning, I opened the door in my boxers thinking it was a delivery, and found Craig standing there, holding 2 coffees like we had plans. "Figured you'd be up," he said. "Didn't want these to go to waste." I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. Another time I came home from the grocery store and found him in my backyard, feet up on the patio table, smoking a cigarette. "I was in the area," he said, grinning like this was normal. And maybe it would have been if we were tighter friends, but we weren't. He started asking more personal questions too. What time I went to bed, if I still locked the windows upstairs, what I did when I couldn't sleep. I laughed some of them off, gave vague answers, but I was starting to feel observed. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to assume anything. People drift in and out of your life all the time. Maybe he was lonely too. Then came the night he stayed over. We were drinking more than usual. He brought some whiskey he said he'd been saving, and we polished off most of the bottle between the 2 of us. I offered the couch. He accepted. Around 2 a.m., I crashed in my room. He was still up, watching something on TV. I heard the volume low through the wall. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. At first I thought nothing of it. The blanket was folded on the couch, the empty bottle left on the counter. But then I noticed my spare house keys. The ones I kept in the drawer near the front door were missing. I texted him, casually. Me. "Hey, good seeing you last night. You grabbed my spare keys by accident." Craig. "Nope, didn't even know you had those. Maybe check your coat pockets. I thought I saw you digging through them." I checked. They weren't there. I didn't press the issue. Maybe I misplaced them. But something in his reply felt rehearsed. That was a week ago. 3 nights later, around 3:15 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not loud, not obvious. Just a shift in the air, a creak, Something that pulled me from sleep with that cold, slow dread that wraps around your spine before you're even awake enough to understand it. I lay there in the dark, listening. Nothing. Then the next day, I decided to check my security camera footage. I'd set up a cheap indoor cam 6 months earlier, mostly because of porch pirates. It wasn't fancy motion alerts, cloud saves, night vision. One angle, straight from the bookshelf across the living room. I pulled it up on my laptop. There, at 3 a.m., motion triggered. I pressed play. The footage showed my front door slowly opening. Craig stepped inside. He didn't flick on the lights. Didn't hesitate. He just walked through the living room, slowly, scanning, looking around like he was taking inventory. He didn't touch anything. Didn't take anything. Just stood in the center of the room, hands in his jacket pockets. Then, after maybe a minute, he turned and walked back out. I watched the clip 3 times. Each time my heart pounded a little harder. I didn't remember dreaming anything that night. Didn't remember waking up, but he'd been there. In my house. While I slept. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from him since. And now, every night, I hear something. A door settling. A floorboard shifting. A whisper of air from a vent that suddenly feels like breath. Nothing in the house is out of place. Nothing is missing. But I swear, something's watching me. From inside. Since I watched the footage, I haven't been the same. I keep the lights on longer, double-check the windows, triple-check the doors, and still I don't sleep. That first night after seeing Craig on the camera, I sat in the living room with every lamp turned on, back to the wall, just watching. I didn't even realize I'd been holding a hammer in my hand until I dropped it out of sheer exhaustion around 4 in the morning. It's not that I'm afraid of him in the he might hurt me kind of way. At least, not yet. It's the not knowing what he wants, the intrusion. The fact that he walked into my house like he belonged there, not to steal, not to confront, just to be inside. Like he was inspecting something he already owned. The next morning, I texted him again. I kept it neutral. Me. Hey man, weird question. Did you stop by the other night? No response. 4 hours passed. Me. Craig? Still nothing. I stared at my phone all day. The text turned from delivered to read, and he never answered. By afternoon, I'd had enough. I called the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation. A man entered my house without permission. Didn't take anything, but I had footage. I emailed it in while the officer on the phone took notes. His voice was calm, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. Technically, if he had access to a key, and there are no signs of forced entry, it's murky. Still, someone will follow up. Do you know him well? No, that's the problem. Do you feel threatened? I paused. I don't know. I just feel watched. He told me someone would be in touch. That was it. The next night, I didn't wait to see if Craig would return. I left the house around 7 and checked into a cheap motel off the interstate. The kind where the front desk doesn't ask questions and the curtains don't quite reach the edges of the window. I used a fake name. Paid in cash. It felt paranoid, but the longer I sat in that room, the more I realized how far this had gotten under my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through the camera app again. Nothing new. I flipped back to the night Craig entered, pausing frame by frame. And that's when I saw it. In the background, barely visible, the hall closet door. It was open a crack when Craig walked in, closed when he left. I rewound, watched again. Open at 3 a.m. Closed at 5. But he never touched it. I watched his hands the whole time. They stayed in his pockets, never moved, not once. I rewound again. Open, then closed, and something else. The faintest flicker, maybe a shadow, maybe a trick of the grainy feed, but I could swear something moved behind that door. I didn't go back to the house the next day. I called in a locksmith, had the entire system replaced, all the doors, all the locks, even the garage. I wanted no trace of the old keys, no chance of access. I watched from my car as they worked. The locksmith didn't ask many questions, just gave me a receipt and told me to stay safe. Nice guy. But he looked at me a little too long, like maybe I was the problem. I didn't care. That night, I returned to the house. And I brought a friend. Ryan was an old co-worker from a job I'd had years ago. We'd stayed in touch, and I trusted him more than anyone else. He was practical, calm, and most importantly, believed me. We walked the whole house together, checking every door, every window, every closet. When we got to the hallway, I stopped in front of the closet. This is where I think something's wrong. Ryan opened it slowly. Just coats, old shoes, a box of wires. But I stared at the back wall. Something felt off. I leaned in and knocked. It sounded hollow. Ryan noticed too. Together, we pulled the coats out, moved the box. And that's when we saw it, a panel, not a door, not exactly. Just a thin rectangle of drywall, not quite flush with the rest. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. He looked at me. You want to open it? I didn't, but I nodded anyway. He used a screwdriver to pry the edge. It came away with a soft pop. Behind it, darkness. A crawl space, narrow, maybe 2 feet deep, running the length of the wall. Ryan shined his flashlight inside. And then we both stepped back at the same time. Inside were wrappers, empty water bottles, a blanket, a phone charger, and worst of all, a pair of socks. Mine. Ryan whispered, Jesus Christ, man. I didn't speak, couldn't. Someone had been living inside my house. Not just breaking in, staying, watching. The thought made my skin crawl. I backed away from the opening, bile rising in my throat. We called the police right then. They showed up within 20 minutes, took photos, bagged the items. They said they'd review prints, though warned that if he wore gloves, there might not be much to go on. One officer, an older guy with a tight jaw, pulled me aside. You said he was a friend? Someone you let into your house? I nodded. He sighed. That's how they get close. Make you feel like you're the one who's overreacting. But this guy, he crossed a line. I want to press charges, I said. If we can find him, you'll have your chance. He handed me a case number and promised to follow up. That was last night. Now I'm sitting on my couch again, staring at the hall closet. It's sealed, boarded, taped, locked. But I can still feel it, that presence, that watching. And when I check my phone, new notification. Motion detected. Timestamp 3:12 a.m. This time the camera's facing the closet. And the footage? The panel shifts. Just a little. Just enough. After I watched the panel shift in the footage, just that half-inch tilt, like someone inside was pushing against it, I sat in the living room with every light on, my back to the front door and my eyes locked on the hallway. I held a crowbar in my lap. I don't know why I grabbed it instead of a bat or a kitchen knife. Maybe because it felt heavier, more permanent. I didn't call the cops right away. What would I even say? That I saw a board move? That I think someone is still in my house, maybe in the walls? I played the footage back again, slowed it down, frame by frame. At 3:11:47 a.m., the hallway was still. At 3:12:2, the panel lifted, maybe a few centimeters. A shadow shifted behind it. And by 3:12:15, it clicked back into place. No one came out. No one went in. And yet someone had moved it. Ryan called at 8 a.m., his voice groggy. I couldn't sleep, man, he said. That crawl space, I keep thinking about how small it is. You'd have to really want to be in there. He was, I said. I think he still is. Ryan paused. You should get out. I can't leave, not until I know. I couldn't explain it, not even to myself, but something in me refused to abandon the house. Maybe because the idea of leaving meant giving Craig power. Me fleeing my own life because he wouldn't stay out of it. That felt wrong, like surrendering. By noon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to open the panel myself. The police had bagged the stuff they found, taken their photos, and told me to seal it up for now, but they hadn't actually gone inside the crawl space. It wasn't technically large enough for an adult man to live in, they'd said. But then again, they hadn't seen the footage. I took the crowbar, a flashlight, and slid the panel off. The stale air hit me immediately dry, almost sour. I knelt down, shining the light inside. There was more space than I'd realized. The crawl space stretched farther than I thought. A narrow corridor that bent sharply to the left, just 10 feet in. I couldn't see past the turn. Jesus, I whispered. I sat back on my heels, debating my next move. Then I heard something. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. From inside. I backed up fast, heart hammering. I wasn't going in. Not alone. Not without knowing he wasn't armed. I called the cops again. 2 officers came, both younger, both looking like they'd drawn the short straw. They brought a dog, a 9 unit that sniffed around the opening, ears perked. The dog didn't bark, didn't growl, just whined. The handler frowned. That's not good. They slid on gloves and shined flashlights into the space. "I'm not crawling in there," one said. The other nodded. "We'll need to call in search and recovery, or someone from structural." The delay killed me. They marked the opening with tape, made notes, asked me the same questions again when I'd seen Craig last, what he said, what he wore. I repeated everything, word for word. But I could tell they weren't treating it like an emergency. To them, he was just a guy who overstayed his welcome, not a stalker, not a threat. That night, I went back to the motel. Not because I was scared, because I was tired, and because I needed to think. I didn't tell Ryan I left. I didn't tell the police either. But at around 2:50 a.m., I got a notification. Motion detected. I tapped the feed, dreading what I'd see. The hallway was empty. Then at 3:01 a.m., the panel slid open again. And this time Craig crawled out. Slowly, like he was stretching after a long nap. He stood up, brushed himself off, looked around, and then walked toward the kitchen. I fumbled to switch the feed to the other cam. He opened the fridge, drank straight from the orange juice carton, then shut it. He didn't touch anything else, just walked back to the hallway and disappeared through the panel again. I watched the whole thing unfold in real time. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, sitting on the edge of the motel bed, light from the phone casting long shadows against the wall. Craig was living in my house, coming out when he knew I was gone, making himself comfortable. He didn't want to steal anything. He wanted to belong. The next morning I took the footage to the station myself. I didn't bother calling. I walked in and demanded to see Harland, the lead officer assigned to the case. They brought him out after 15 minutes. He watched the clip with furrowed brows, expression hardening with every passing second. "All right," he said, "we'll issue a warrant. We'll sweep the whole property. If he's still there, we'll find him." Finally. They came in full force that afternoon, 2 cruisers, 3 officers, and a detective. They went through the crawl space with gear, gloves, headlamps. They found him, huddled behind the bend in the wall, curled in on himself like a spider in its web. He didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even try to run. Just said, "I thought he wanted me here." They cuffed him and walked him out the front door. As they passed me, Craig turned his head, smiled. Not big, not sinister, just calm, like he knew something I didn't, like I'd let him in. I stared at him and said nothing. He disappeared into the cruiser without a word. It's been 2 weeks. The house is quiet now. Still, I replaced the panel with actual drywall, painted over it, moved a cabinet in front of it just in case. I sleep again most nights. Sometimes I still hear sounds, a creak here, a soft thump there, but I tell myself it's just the house settling. And when I check the cameras, nothing. But every now and then, I walk past the closet and think I hear breathing. Just on the other side. You'd think that after someone's arrested for squatting in your crawl space, someone you once shared beers and jokes with, you'd sleep better. You'd assume that everything clicks back into place once they're out of the house, out of your life. That's not what happened. The first 2 nights after Craig's arrest, I barely moved from the couch. I'd doze off with the TV on, jerk awake at every commercial break, heart racing for no reason. The third night, I forced myself into bed and stared at the ceiling until sunrise. He was gone. The crawl space was sealed. The police had taken everything: his blanket, water bottles, the charger, even a small notepad they found with nonsense scribbled in red pen. Pages full of loops, names, symbols, numbers that didn't mean anything. Still, the detective said they'd keep it as evidence, said it might show intent. But the feeling he left behind didn't disappear with him. It lingered. I kept catching myself glancing at shadows, jumping at the sound of the fridge kicking on. I'd come out of the bathroom and pause, listening, not for anything specific, just listening. And always, that damn hallway closet. It had been boarded up, painted over, and pushed behind a heavy cabinet. There was no way in anymore, but still, I felt its presence. Like if I walked past too slowly, I'd hear breathing. Or worse, I'd feel someone holding theirs, waiting for me to pass. I told Ryan all of this over lunch. "You've got trauma," he said, tapping the side of his head. "What he did living in there, watching you, it sticks." "I get that," I said, "but it's more than just nerves. It's like he didn't leave, like there's a version of him still in the house." "You mean like a ghost?" Ryan said, half laughing. I gave him a look. "I'm serious," I said. He didn't laugh after that. The following day, a letter arrived. No return address, just my name, typed on the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typewritten, neat. "I'm sorry I used the closet. I didn't know you'd find it so soon." No name. I sat at the kitchen table holding that paper with both hands, trying to understand what I was reading. I hadn't told anyone where I moved the cabinet. No one knew I covered the panel. And the police still had Craig in custody. I called Detective Harland immediately. "Has he been released?" "No," he said. "He's still being evaluated." "Evaluated?" "Psych hold. He's not cooperating, barely talking. We're waiting on the psych team's report." "Why?" I read the letter out loud. Harland went quiet. "We'll send someone to pick it up," he said. That night, I barely made it through a shower without yanking the curtain back every 30 seconds. The light flickered once in the hallway, and I damn near tore the breaker box open, convinced someone was in the basement. But again, nothing. 3 nights later, I heard my name. Whispered. Not loud, not panicked, just whispered. I was lying in bed, the covers pulled up, barely asleep when I heard it. "Hey." Then again, a little louder. "Hey, man, wake up." I sat up straight. Silence. I grabbed my phone, checked the camera app. No alerts. I got out of bed, barefoot, and made my way to the hallway. The air felt colder than usual, like a window had been left open. I checked. All shut, all locked. Then from the kitchen a click, like the sound of a light switch being flipped, only No light came on. I moved toward it, slow. The switch by the pantry was already up. I flicked it down, up, nothing. I backed away, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the house press in. That's when I noticed the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just unlocked. I always locked it, always. I turned it slowly, locked it again, and stood there for a long minute trying to breathe. In the morning, I installed a second lock on the front door. Then I bought a motion-activated camera for inside the hallway, pointed directly at the closet. Even if I didn't believe in ghosts, I needed to see that nothing was coming in or out. I turned to old habits, coffee at all hours, late-night TV on mute, lights always on. The camera gave me some comfort at first. Then, on a Wednesday morning, I found a new notification. Motion detected, hallway cam, 3:43 a.m. I sat down, opened the app, and played it. The timestamp appeared, then the hallway empty, silent, bathed in that dim yellow light from the fixture overhead. At 3:43 and 21 seconds, something shifted. The cabinet. Just a tremble, a soft shudder. It moved forward less than an inch like someone had pushed from behind. Then it stopped. That was it. No one entered frame. Nothing came out. But the cabinet had moved. I checked it myself an hour later, measured the gap between it and the wall, took photos, compared it to the night before. It had definitely moved. That afternoon, I visited Craig. Not by choice. Detective Harland called, said Craig had asked to speak with me. He's lucid today, he said. Might help you close this out. Close it out. I hated that phrase, like it was something you could pack into a box, tape up, and move on from. I met Harland at the facility, a beige building with security glass and a smell that clung to your clothes. Craig sat across the table from me, wearing scrubs, no restraints. His hands were folded neatly on the table. He looked calm. Healthier even. "Hey," he said, "like we just run into each other at the grocery store. Thanks for coming." I didn't reply. He looked down at the table. "I know you probably hate me." Silence. He sighed. "I just didn't want to be alone. That's all. You were always kind, back in school, even when I was weird." "You broke into my home," I said. "I didn't take anything," he said quickly. "I just wanted to be there. You ever feel like you don't exist unless someone's watching you?" He said it like it made perfect sense. "I knew your routine," he continued. "I never meant to scare you." I leaned forward. "Did you send the letter?" He tilted his head. "What letter?" "The one that said you were sorry, about the closet." His eyes shifted, just for a second. "I've been in here," he said. "Haven't left." I stared at him. He smiled. Small, closed lip. That same expression from the hallway footage. "You sure I'm the only one you let in?" I left without another word. And that night, the hallway camera caught something new. A light flickering under the closet. Just for a second. A dim glow, then gone. like a candle had been lit, then snuffed out. I didn't tell anyone about the candlelight. Not Ryan, not the cops, definitely not the detective who sat across from me while I tried to explain that something was still inside my house, something besides Craig. Because if it wasn't Craig and I was starting to believe it wasn't, then who the hell was it? Or worse, what? The next few nights were quiet in the literal sense. No motion alerts, no new sounds, no creaks or whispers or shuffling cabinet. But that was the problem. It was too quiet. I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. The hallway outside felt like it was holding its breath, like something waited just out of sight. I started camping out in the living room again, back on the couch where this whole thing began, the security feed always playing on a tablet next to me. The hallway camera stayed still, but I didn't trust stillness anymore. Stillness was waiting. Stillness was watching. I woke up around 4 in the morning on Friday, sweating. Not from a dream. I don't even think I was sleeping. My shirt was soaked. The kind of sweat that comes from dread, not heat. I sat up, rubbed my face, and glanced toward the kitchen. The hallway light was off. I never turned off the hallway light. I stood slowly, every hair on my arm standing up. My foot hit the floor too hard and made a dull thud that echoed more than it should have in a house that small. I looked down the hall. Darkness. I checked the camera feed on the tablet. Black screen. No signal. That was impossible. The camera was hardwired into the wall. I took a breath, held it, and walked toward the hall like someone stepping into water. Each step creaked. I reached for the light switch. Flipped it. Nothing. I backed up, slowly, one foot behind the other. And then something tapped from inside the wall. Once. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I ripped the cabinet away from the wall. It hadn't moved, still flush against the baseboard, still blocking what used to be the crawlspace entrance. The drywall patch I installed, still intact, but when I knocked on it gently, like someone approaching a wild animal, it sounded hollow again. Worse than before. I grabbed the claw end of the hammer and started chipping at the edges, pulling the drywall off in small pieces. And beneath it, the panel. Not the one I had installed. Not the one the police had sealed. The original. Like the wall had never been touched. I stumbled back, heart racing. This wasn't just paranoia. Something was undoing what I'd fixed. Something was maintaining the access. I called Ryan. He didn't pick up. I left a message that probably sounded half delirious, then drove to his place, pounding on the door until he opened it in a hoodie and jeans, blinking like he'd just woken up. "Jesus, man," he said, "you look like hell." "Come over," I said, "right now." He didn't ask questions, just grabbed his keys and followed me back. When we got inside, I showed him the wall. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know." "You sealed this. I watched you." "I know." He ran a hand through his hair, then stepped forward and knocked. 3 sharp taps. Something knocked back. Not loud, not fast. Just enough. He jumped. "Okay," he said, backing up. "You need to leave this house. Not until I know what's in there. You're not thinking clearly. This isn't just Craig. This is, I don't even know." We stood there, breathing heavy, staring at the wall like it might open on its own. Ryan turned toward me. "If you open that panel, you better be ready to find something you can't put back." That night, I didn't sleep. I sat across from the hallway, crowbar in hand. At 2:57 a.m., the hallway light flicked on by itself. No click, no hum, just on. 3 minutes later, the panel slid open. Slowly, smoothly. No one came out, but the air changed. It felt thicker, harder to breathe. I stood, camera in one hand, flashlight in the other. I stepped closer, shined the light inside. The crawl space looked deeper than it had before. Longer, wider, like it had grown. I stepped back. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft, childlike, whispering. "I don't like it in here." I froze. It wasn't Craig. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a girl. I turned and ran to my phone, dialing Harlan directly. Voicemail. I didn't leave one. I called Ryan. Straight to voicemail. I stood in my living room, shaking, unsure if I was still awake. Then I heard the voice again. Closer. "Why did you stop looking?" The police arrived at 7:00 a.m. They found me in the hallway, sitting against the wall, the panel wide open beside me. I hadn't moved in hours. I told them everything. Again, the voices, the wall changing, the panel reappearing. They said it was stress, sleep deprivation. They told me Craig's evaluation had come back. He wasn't considered a threat. He was being released under supervision. I laughed when they said that. I asked them to look in the crawl space again. They did. And this time, they found something. A small red hair bow, tangled in the insulation. It didn't belong to me. It didn't belong to Craig. It was old, faded. And when they took it in, they ran it against a local missing persons database. They matched it to a girl named Lily Kearns, reported missing in 2002, 12 years old. Last seen at this address. Before I ever moved in, before Craig ever squatted in the walls, before I ever met him. And just like that, the story changed. This wasn't Craig's obsession. This was someone else's house. And I had walked into it, uninvited. The day they confirmed the bow belonged to Lily Kearns was the day the house finally made sense. Or maybe not sense, maybe just context. You don't live in a place like that and come out of it feeling sane. But at least now I knew I hadn't been imagining everything. The crawl space, the voice, the feeling of being watched from within my own walls. There was a history here, and I had stepped into it blindly. They reopened her case. Turns out Lily Kearns had gone missing from this very house over 20 years ago. She'd been in foster care placed with a couple who'd vanished shortly after she did. No one had connected the house back then, not after it was flipped and sold a few years later. No one remembered, or maybe no one wanted to. The bow was enough to shake things loose. They sent a cadaver dog into the crawl space the next week. And that's when they found her. Not just her remains, but the toys, the blanket, a name carved into the wood. Lily, etched by a child's hand into the back wall. They never found the foster parents. And as for Craig, he hadn't known about her. When they showed him the pictures, the carving, the bow, he broke down. They said he wept like a child, said he never saw her, never heard her, said he only chose that crawl space because it felt safe, familiar, like someone was protecting him. Harlan told me that part. I didn't respond. The house sat empty for 2 weeks. I stayed with Ryan, sleeping on his couch, drifting between exhaustion and something worse. Not quite paranoia, more like residual dread. Like even though the danger had passed, my body hadn't gotten the memo. The closet stayed boarded, the cabinet untouched, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, the one that whispered to me, "Why did you stop looking?" I hadn't told anyone about that, not even Ryan, because part of me knew it wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't just a memory or a hallucination or a leftover echo from trauma. It was real. She was real. A girl who had been trapped, forgotten, hidden so deeply that even when someone lived right above her, they didn't know she was there. And somehow, I think she forgave me. Or maybe she just wanted me to finish it. I went back to the house the following weekend. Alone. Ryan offered to come with me, but I needed to face it without a buffer. I needed to look it in the eye and prove it didn't control me anymore. The locks had been changed. Again, standard procedure. There were still police markers on the doorframe, warning tape on the crawl space wall, but no one was watching anymore. I walked the house in silence. Kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all untouched. Then the hallway. The panel was still open. I sat down in front of it, legs crossed like I was waiting for a confession. There was nothing inside now. No drafts, no breathing. Just stillness. But it felt different. Less like waiting. More like resting. I pulled out a small box I'd brought with me. Inside was a new hair bow, not an exact replica, but close, red velvet. Neat little knot. I'd found it at a second-hand shop and knew it had to come here. I crawled inside, just far enough to reach the corner. And I left it there. No cameras, no photos. Just a gesture, an acknowledgement. You were here, you mattered. I backed out slowly and sealed the panel myself, with screws this time, then covered it with drywall, sanded it, painted over it. No more access, no more hiding places. 2 months later, I sold the house. Didn't make a profit, didn't care. The buyers were a retired couple, sweet people. They didn't ask many questions. The real estate agent kept it light, focused on the updated appliances and big backyard. No one mentioned Lily, and I didn't offer. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because it wasn't mine to share anymore. She was found. That part was over. I moved to a small apartment near the edge of town. Nothing special, just a clean, quiet space with no crawl spaces, no closets near the hallway, and no drafty walls. It took me a while to sleep without checking the cameras every hour. Took even longer to shower without leaving the bathroom door open. But time passed, and the tension eased. Craig was transferred to a long-term facility. He writes me letters sometimes once a month, always the same tone. Friendly, measured. He signs them "your friend," like nothing ever really went wrong. I never write back. I don't hate him, but I don't want him in my life. Some people are shadows, even when they're standing in the light. One morning, I got a call from Detective Harland. He was brief, as always. They finished the crawl space inspection, he said. Turns out it was a retrofit, part of an old bomb shelter built in the 60s. Must have been hidden for decades. Explains the size, I said. Explains how she went unnoticed too, he added. Hell of a thing. We didn't talk much after that. I think he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. So I thanked him and hung up. It's been almost a year now. I still think about her. Not Craig, not the house. Her. Lily. Sometimes I wonder what she saw in those final moments, what she thought about, whether she believed anyone would come for her. And sometimes I think about that voice in the night. Why did you stop looking? And I say quietly, when no one else is around, I didn't. I found you. That's what matters in the end. Not how it started, not even how it ended, but that the silence was broken, that someone listened, that someone cared. She's not in the walls anymore. She's free, and so am I. We had only been in the new house for a few weeks when the drawing showed up. It was a quiet cul-de-sac in Birmingham, the kind of place where neighbors wave from their driveways and kids ride bikes until the streetlights flicker on. Our daughter Ellie had already made a few friends, and one of them was a boy named Callum. He lived 2 doors down and had a habit of sketching houses in the neighborhood. It was his thing. Every few days he would hand someone a crayon drawing of their home, complete with stick figures and smiling suns. It was sweet, really, a little odd maybe, but harmless. One afternoon, Ellie came home with a folded piece of paper. Callum drew our house, she said, holding it out with a grin. I unfolded it, expecting the usual childlike scrawl, and it was, mostly. The red brick facade, the white door, the 2 front windows. Even the garden gnome we had inherited from the previous owners was there, standing sentinel by the walkway. But then I noticed the attic window. It was small, tucked beneath the sloping roof, and in the drawing it was shaded dark. Inside a figure stood, not a stick figure like the rest, but a tall, thin shape with glowing eyes. 2 bright circles staring out from the blackness. I frowned. Ellie, did Callum say anything about this? She shrugged. He said it's the man who sleeps up there. He watches you. A chill ran down my spine. Our attic window doesn't face the street. It's on the side of the house overlooking the backyard. From the front, it's not visible at all. For Callum to draw it, He'd have to know what it looked like. He'd have to have seen it from inside. That night, I mentioned it to my husband, Mark. Probably just his imagination, he said, trying to sound reassuring. Kids make stuff up all the time. Maybe, I replied, but the unease lingered. The next day, I decided to talk to Callum's mother, Sarah. We had exchanged pleasantries before, but this was the first time I approached her with concern. "Hi, Sarah," I began. "I wanted to ask you about Callum's drawings." She smiled warmly. "Oh yes, he's always been into art. Loves drawing houses." "I noticed he drew our attic window," I said carefully. "It's not visible from the street." Her smile faltered. "Well, he has a vivid imagination. Sometimes he adds things that aren't there." "Did he ever mention being inside our house?" She shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Why?" I hesitated. "He said there's a man who sleeps in our attic, that he watches us." Sarah's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry. That does sound unsettling. I'll talk to him." I thanked her and left, feeling no more at ease than before. That evening I decided to check the attic. The entrance was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, and pushed open the hatch. The attic was empty, just as we had left it. A few boxes, some old furniture, and a layer of dust covering everything. No signs of anyone living there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days I tried to put it out of my mind, but then strange things started happening. I would find the attic hatch slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had closed it. Items in the house seemed to move on their own. A book left on the coffee table would be on the floor the next morning. The kitchen light would be on when I was certain I had turned it off. One night I woke up to the sound of footsteps above us. Mark was asleep beside me, and Ellie was in her room. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving across the attic floor. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" He listened, then shook his head, probably the house settling. "No," I insisted, "it's footsteps." He sighed and got out of bed. "I'll check." I followed him to the hallway. He pulled down the ladder and climbed up, flashlight in hand. "Nothing up here," he called down after a few minutes. "Just the usual stuff." I still felt uneasy. The next morning, I found another drawing on our doorstep. It was of our house again, but this time, the figure in the attic window was larger, more detailed. The glowing eyes were more pronounced, and the figure's hand was pressed against the glass. I showed it to Mark. "This is getting creepy," he admitted. "Maybe we should install some cameras." We set up a security system, placing cameras around the house and one in the attic. That night, we monitored the feeds from our phones. Around 2 a.m, the attic camera picked up movement. A shadow passed across the screen, then disappeared. Mark grabbed a baseball bat and headed for the attic. I followed, heart pounding. He climbed up and shone the flashlight around. "Nothing," he said, but the camera picked up something. We reviewed the footage again. The shadow was there, unmistakable. We called the police. An officer arrived and inspected the attic. He found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone living there. "Could be a glitch in the camera," he suggested. But we knew what we saw. The next day, I spoke to Sarah again. "Has Callum said anything else about the man in our attic?" She looked uncomfortable. "He mentioned that the man is sad, that he watches because he's lonely." I felt a shiver run through me. "Does he say where he comes from?" She hesitated. "Callum says he was here before your family moved in." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure in the attic, the glowing eyes, the sense of being watched. I decided to go up there one more time. I climbed the ladder, flashlight in hand, and looked around. In the corner, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, childlike drawing on the wall. It was of our house, with the attic window shaded dark, and inside the figure with glowing eyes. Beneath it, in a child's handwriting, were the words, "He watches because he's lonely." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who had drawn this? When? I climbed down and closed the hatch, making sure it was secure. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The morning after discovering the drawing in the attic, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The figure with glowing eyes, the child's handwriting, "He watches because he's lonely," it all felt too deliberate, too personal. I decided to take a day off work to clear my head and perhaps find some rational explanation. I spent the morning researching the history of our house. The local library had archives of property records and old newspapers. I hoped to find anything that could shed light on the strange occurrences. The librarian, a kind elderly woman named Margaret, helped me navigate the dusty files. After hours of sifting through documents, I found a newspaper article from decades ago. It detailed a tragic incident. A man named Thomas lived in our house and was found dead in the attic. The article mentioned that he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, and had no known family. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, but the circumstances were odd. He had been dead for weeks before anyone noticed. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be the man Callum referred to? The one who sleeps up there and watches us? I photocopied the article and took it home. That evening, I showed the article to Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This is unsettling," he admitted, "but it was a long time ago. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Maybe," I replied, though I wasn't convinced. We decided to talk to Callum again. Perhaps he knew more than he let on. The next day, we invited him over for some lemonade and biscuits. He arrived, cheerful as ever, clutching his sketch pad. "Callum," I began gently, "can you tell us more about the man in the attic?" He looked up, his expression serious. "He's always there. He watches because he's lonely." "How do you know he's there?" Mark asked. Callum shrugged. "He told me." Mark and I exchanged glances. "He spoke to you?" Callum nodded. "In my dreams. He says he used to live here and misses it." I felt a lump form in my throat. Did he say his name? Callum thought for a moment. "Thomas." That was the name from the article. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Thank you, Callum," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's very helpful." After Callum left, Mark and I sat in silence. "This is getting too strange," he said finally. "Maybe we should have the house blessed or something." I nodded. "It's worth a try." We contacted a local priest, Father Andrew, who agreed to come by the next day. He arrived with a calm demeanor and listened patiently as we recounted the events. "I've dealt with similar situations," he said. "Sometimes spirits linger due to unresolved matters. A blessing might help." He walked through the house, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. When he reached the attic, he paused. "This place feels heavy," he murmured, "as if someone is still holding on." He performed a more thorough blessing in the attic, then turned to us. "I suggest you speak to him," he said. "Let him know it's time to move on." That night, I stood in the attic, heart pounding. "Thomas," I said aloud, "I know you used to live here, but it's time to rest. You don't have to watch over us anymore." The air felt still, almost expectant. I waited, but nothing happened. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences ceased. The attic hatch remained closed, and there were no more drawings. I began to relax, thinking perhaps the blessing had worked. Then, one morning, I found a new drawing on our doorstep. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic was smiling. The glowing eyes were softer, and beneath the drawing were the words, "Thank you." I showed it to Mark, who smiled. "Maybe he just needed to be acknowledged," he said. I nodded, feeling a sense of peace. From that day on, there were no more disturbances. The house felt lighter, more welcoming. Callum continued to draw, but his sketches were now of gardens and sunny days. Life returned to normal, and I often thought of Thomas, hoping he had found the rest he deserved. After the blessing, things seemed to settle. The house felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered since we moved in began to dissipate. Mark and I started to relax, believing that perhaps the spirit of Thomas had finally found peace. Ellie returned to her cheerful self, and even Callum's drawings took on a more vibrant tone, depicting sunny days and playful scenes. But peace, as we soon discovered, was fleeting. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom," she said, "Callum gave me another drawing today." I dried my hands and took the paper from her. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic window was different. The glowing eyes were gone, replaced by a dark, featureless silhouette. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He's not alone." A chill ran down my spine. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. Ellie nodded. "He said the man has a friend now, someone who doesn't like us." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying Callum's words in my mind. Who was this new presence, and why did it feel so menacing? The next morning, I decided to speak with Sarah again. She greeted me warmly, but her smile faded when I mentioned the new drawing. "Callum's been having nightmares," she admitted. "He talks in his sleep, says things about shadows and whispers. I've been meaning to talk to you about it." I shared my concerns, and we agreed to keep a closer eye on the children. Days passed, and the atmosphere in our home grew tense once more. Strange occurrences resumed. Objects moved on their own, cold spots appeared in rooms, and the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. One afternoon, while cleaning the attic, I discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard was an old dusty journal. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant and precise. As I flipped through the pages, I realized it belonged to Thomas. He wrote about his loneliness, his longing for companionship, and his belief that the house was alive, watching him. But towards the end, the entries took a darker turn. He mentioned a presence, a shadow that whispered to him, urging him to do unspeakable things. I felt a knot form in my stomach. That evening I shared the journal with Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This shadow," he said, "it might be what's causing all of this." We decided to consult Father Andrew again. He listened intently as we recounted the recent events and examined the journal. "This is troubling," he said. "It seems Thomas wasn't just haunted by loneliness, but by something malevolent, a dark entity that may still reside in your home." He suggested a more thorough cleansing of the house, one that would require preparation and spiritual fortitude. In the days leading up to the cleansing, the disturbances intensified. Ellie began sleepwalking, often found standing beneath the attic hatch, staring upward. Mark started experiencing vivid nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The night before the cleansing, I awoke to a faint whispering. I followed the sound to the attic, where I found the hatch slightly ajar. Summoning my courage, I climbed the ladder and peeked inside. The attic was dark, but in the corner I saw two figures. One was the familiar silhouette of Thomas, his form faint and translucent. The other was a darker, more solid shadow, its presence oppressive and cold. They turned to face me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The dark figure stepped forward, and I quickly retreated, slamming the hatch shut. The next day, Father Andrew arrived with two fellow priests. They conducted a thorough cleansing, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere grew tense, and at one point, a loud crash echoed from the attic. After the ritual, Father Andrew approached us. "The dark presence has been weakened," he said, "but it's not gone. It feeds on fear and negativity. You must remain vigilant and keep your home filled with light and love." We took his advice to heart. We filled our home with laughter, music, and warmth. We spent more time together as a family, creating positive memories to counteract the darkness. Over time, the disturbances lessened. Callum's drawings returned to their cheerful nature, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. But every so often, I catch a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of my eye, or hear a faint whisper in the night. I know the darkness still lingers, waiting for a moment of weakness. And so, we remain vigilant, determined to protect our home and each other from the shadows that dwell within. The days following the second cleansing were quiet, almost unnaturally so. The house felt still, as if it were holding its breath. Mark and I tried to resume our normal routines, but a lingering unease clung to us. Ellie, however, seemed unaffected, her laughter echoing through the halls as she played with her toys. One afternoon, as I was tidying up the living room, I noticed a new drawing pinned to the refrigerator. It was another of Callum's creations, depicting our house once more. But this time the attic window was empty. No figures, no glowing eyes, just a blank pane of glass. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He left." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Perhaps the second cleansing had worked. Maybe Thomas had finally found peace. That evening I decided to bake a batch of cookies and invite Sarah and Callum over for tea. As we sat around the kitchen table, the children playing nearby, I brought up the drawing. "Callum said the man left," I mentioned, trying to sound casual. Sarah nodded. Yes, he told me the same, said the man found a new home. A new home? I asked, puzzled. She hesitated. He said the man moved into someone else's attic. I felt a chill run down my spine. Did he say whose? Sarah shook her head. No, just that it was someone nearby. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled over me. That night, as I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling, wondering who the new occupant of the attic might be. The following morning, I received a call from our neighbor, Mrs. Thompson. She sounded distressed. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" she asked. I hesitated. "What do you mean?" "Odd noises, things moving on their own. My attic light keeps flickering, and I swear I hear footsteps up there at night." A knot formed in my stomach. "Have you checked the attic?" "Yes, but there's nothing there. Just old boxes and dust." I considered telling her about Thomas, but decided against it. Instead, I suggested she have her house blessed, just in case. Over the next few days, more neighbors reported similar occurrences: flickering lights, unexplained noises, and a general sense of unease. It seemed the presence had indeed moved on, but not far. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom, Callum gave me another drawing." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our street, each house meticulously drawn. In the attic window of each house, a small, dark figure stood. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He visits everyone now." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The presence hadn't just moved, it was spreading. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room, the lights on, listening for any unusual sounds. Around midnight, I heard a faint creaking noise coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The creaking continued, slow and deliberate. I woke Mark, and together we climbed the ladder to the attic. The space was empty, just as before, but the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. We decided to consult Father Andrew once more. He arrived the next day, concern etched on his face. "This is unusual," he admitted. "Spirits don't typically move from house to house like this." "Is there anything we can do?" I asked. He nodded. "We can perform a neighborhood cleansing, but it will require the participation of all the residents." We spent the next few days speaking with our neighbors, explaining the situation as delicately as possible. Some were skeptical, others frightened, but eventually everyone agreed to participate. On the appointed day, Father Andrew led the cleansing, moving from house to house, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water. The atmosphere was tense, but hopeful. After the ritual, the neighborhood felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The strange occurrences ceased, and life slowly returned to normal. Weeks passed without incident. Ellie and Callum continued to play together, their laughter a comforting sound. The drawing stopped, and the attic remained quiet. One sunny afternoon, as I was tending to the garden, Callum approached me. "Mrs. Harper," he said, "I have something for you." He handed me a drawing, this one different from the others. It depicted our house bathed in sunlight, flowers blooming in the garden, and no figure in the attic window. Beneath the drawing were the words, "Peace." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. "Thank you, Callum." As he ran off to play with Ellie, I looked up at the attic window. For the first time in weeks, I felt truly at ease. But deep down, I knew that peace could be fragile, and sometimes the past has a way of returning when you least expect it. The days following the neighborhood cleansing were filled with a cautious optimism. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had once clung to our homes seemed to have dissipated. Children played outside without fear, and neighbors greeted each other with genuine smiles. It was as if a collective weight had been lifted from our shoulders. However, beneath the surface, a lingering unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching, waiting. The silence felt too complete, too artificial. It was the kind of quiet that precedes a storm. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a drawing in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Mom," she said softly, "Callum gave me this today." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our house again, meticulously drawn with crayon, but this time the attic window was different. Instead of a figure, there was a swirling mass of darkness, as if the crayon had been pressed harder, the strokes more frantic. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He's changing." A chill ran down my spine. I looked at Ellie, who was watching me intently. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. She nodded. "He said the man isn't the same anymore. He's angrier." That night, I found it difficult to sleep. The house was silent, but every creak and groan felt amplified. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts of the drawing and Callum's ominous words. Around midnight, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment before nodding. "It's probably just a mouse or something." But I wasn't convinced. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. The next morning I decided to investigate. I climbed the ladder to the attic, flashlight in hand. The space was as we had left it, dusty boxes, old furniture, and cobwebs. But in the corner, near the window, I noticed something new. There were deep scratch marks on the wooden floor, as if someone or something had been clawing at it. The marks were fresh, the wood splintered and raw. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. I needed answers. I reached out to Father Andrew once more. He arrived later that day, his expression grave as I showed him the drawing and the scratch marks. "This is concerning," he said. "It seems the presence hasn't left. If anything, it's growing stronger." He suggested another cleansing, this time focusing solely on our house. That evening, he performed the ritual, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere felt tense, the air thick with anticipation. As he concluded the ceremony, a loud bang echoed from the attic. We rushed upstairs, but the space was empty. The scratch marks, however, had multiplied, covering the floor in chaotic patterns. Father Andrew looked at me, his eyes filled with concern. "This entity is feeding on fear. We need to remain strong." In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Lights flickered, objects moved on their own, and the oppressive feeling returned with a vengeance. Ellie began having nightmares, waking up screaming about the man in the attic. One night, I awoke to find her standing at the foot of our bed, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here," she whispered. "He's in the house." I jumped out of bed and checked every room, but there was no sign of an intruder. Still, the feeling of being watched was undeniable. Desperate for a solution, I began researching the history of our home. I discovered that before Thomas, the house had been owned by a man named Harold, who had mysteriously disappeared. Neighbors at the time spoke of strange occurrences and a sense of dread that permeated the property. It seemed our home had a long history of darkness. Determined to protect my family, I decided to confront the entity directly. That night, I climbed into the attic alone, flashlight in hand. "Whoever you are," I said aloud, "you are not welcome here. This is our home now, and we will not live in fear." The air grew colder, and a low growl echoed through the space. I stood my ground, repeating the words until the growling ceased. As I descended the ladder, I felt a sense of resolve. I would not let this entity control our lives. The following morning, Ellie handed me another drawing. This one depicted our family standing together, holding hands with the house in the background. The attic window was empty. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He knows you're not afraid." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. Perhaps by facing our fear, we had weakened the entity's hold. But deep down, I knew the battle wasn't over. The darkness still lingered, waiting for an opportunity to return. We really have no idea what is going on, but I'll come back here and post if anything else happens. Please pray for us.